chair is inside, but I know I take it another time.
He has to reset.
Okay. Is there any? Hey, hey, how are you? Let me see. I think we're okay here. Let's give it a go. Do I have to just sign in here?
You're good. You just have to open up the document.
Okay. If I need to,
Hello,
if I want to sign in as like my
¿cómo estás?
to
Saludos.
check my email as well, can I do that?
That should be on your email.
Lourdes, ¿cómo estás? ¿Tú eres?
Okay.
¿Tú eres?
Go ahead. The username
No
will be
traes.
PCN.
Claro, mi amor. Yo estoy en la reunión de CIFO, mi amor, pero te envío un mensaje. Sí, sí, tranquila. Ok, perfecto. Como no te, no, yo sé que voy a terminar tarde, pero mándame un mensajito o más.
Cool.
Y
Yeah,
yo,
I'm able to.
You should
o
be,
no, pues
click on
tranquila,
that
claro
link.
que sí, mi amor, claro.
Yeah,
Thank you, thank you.
next to
No,
that.
there's no. That's like a.
It's not silver.
Can I just do the? Or do you want me to text? Just from yeah. I think we're just gonna
I can just make a
remote.
shortcut. Should be there again, right? No.
Perfect. Yeah.
Yes. Hmm? No, yes, it's important. At least how many we have? You have three. You got three. At least one of them have to be in every meeting. It's important. Yeah. Huh? Yes. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. What was the problem? It was a resetting.
Yeah, there was some error with the network issue, so we had to set up the whole thing.
So,
These are all by the numbers you set up, your agenda is this one, and then item number 4, 5, whatever.
also the item right here.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Madam Clerk,
It'll open up those items.
whenever
Yes,
you're ready, whenever you're ready.
Yes, sir. You may begin, Mr. President. I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready.
Thank you so very much.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of the Paterson Municipal Council, I welcome you to the workshop session of the Municipal Council. The meeting is now called to order. Madam Clerk, will you do the roll call, please?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council Workshop Session, March 2nd, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Councilwoman Khan. Councilwoman Davila. Councilman Jackson. Councilman Kalik.
Present.
Councilman Mendez.
Good evening, Madam Clerk. Present.
Thank you. Councilman Mims.
Present.
Councilman Velez. Mr.
Present,
President.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Present.
Mr. President, thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you do the statement of compliance?
Sure, Mr. President. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2021. Meeting date, March 2nd, 2021. Time, 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021 on or about July 1st, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1st, 2020 to the North Jersey Herald News, The Record, Arabic Voice, Italian Voice, Passaic County Pulse, Dominicana News, Pescator International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of a schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and it paid the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. Mr. President.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome, sir.
Do we have a motion for the payment of bills?
Yes, thanks, Council President. Payment of bills for March 2nd are $5,590,055.89. It includes waste management payments.
Do we have a second? Any
Second.
discussion? Councilwoman Davila, then Councilman Velez.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, may I have, who, I have to have a second first before the discussion? I didn't have a second.
Councilman Kalik seconded.
Councilman Kalik, thank you. Thank you. You may,
Council President,
Yes, Councilwoman
Madam
Davila.
Clerk, can you read into the record again the amount, the exact amount?
yeah, it said $5,590,055.89.
Okay, thank you. Council President, to the BA, were there any overtime submitted in this pay? In these summary of disbursements, for the last, snowstorm.
There is no payroll on this one.
Payroll, yeah. Okay. Is there any monies coming in the next, overtime? Is there any overtime coming in the next payment of bills? Pertaining, I'm specifically asking, since we saw in the last payment of bills, the amount of hours that were worked by various employees, I'm asking if there is any additional monies being added on to this next payment of bills. Not this one, I understand that there's none, I'm talking about in terms of the next pay period.
We would have to double check. I don't think there is any of the snow payments. I think that was already on the last payment of bills. I
So
don't
there's
think
not
it's
gonna be any more of that?
I don't think there was anything left over, but I would have to check.
So Madam BA, yeah, it's best to leave it as we need to check because
Yep.
there was other storms that took place.
Right.
So I'm sure
It's
there's
not
gonna
the
be some.
major storm, but
Correct.
some of the other storms would probably fall into that window.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, Council President, I actually, I guess I'll just stick to this right now, but I do have some concerns in terms of, it is pertaining to payment of bills.
What, this payment of bills or?
Well, it's pertaining to the last payroll that we received, and I sent the BA an email to address the situation of the glitch and the overpayment to city employees and individuals who have not paid back.
So it's simple, so
Hold on.
You wanna
Council
get a
President,
status?
because
No?
Council President, if I may, I emailed Madam BA. She did respond back to me a few days later and said that, she would look into it, but I would think that before today's meeting, I would have at least had the information of where we are with individuals who got overpaid, and within a day, were able to withdraw the money and now get on a payment plan.
so Madam BA?
Council President, yes. So that, I asked our personnel director for the full report, and I have not received it yet. I had asked her for it before the meeting today, and I wanted her to be able to share it with you. I do know from the Treasury side that some of the individuals have paid back in full. We're talking about a total of about $19,000. About half of that, about $9,000, was returned already, and the remainder is what is going to be paid in payment plans. She had the conversations with the individual employees and was working on, what they could afford, what they said they could afford moving forward. I haven't signed off on any payment plan agreements. That's usually our
Actually,
standard
that was going to be
plan.
my next question.
Yep.
Madam BA, I wanted to know who authorized someone, how is it, and I want the community to understand and the individuals that are here. I know how much I get paid from the council, so every pay period is the same amount of money. I don't know how anyone would think that you got paid, double paid, and it's okay to take the money out, and then who allowed an agreement for you to pay back the money? This city's cash-strapped. We're not a bank. We're not here to loan monies. And please don't think I'm being heartless. I just think that it's wrong when you have individuals that know that you should not touch that money and that you received an email. I got an email on the day of stating that there was a situation. So it's really alarming. And again, I think it's wrong. And I think I want an explanation for the entire council, and I want to know who authorized those payments, those payment plans for that matter. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
Yes, thank you, Council President. Once again, thank you for taking the decision to come back to the chambers, the People House. My concern on this payment of bills is the lack of service that we receive from Rosselli or the companies contracted to do the garbage collection in our city. In the past, I always say that the service are rendered, we need to pay, but our city, from the sidewalk in, looks filthy. It looks horrible. Witnessed myself. This company taking and picking and choosing what they want to take or not take. And not only that, throw it from the other side, from the sidewalk to through the other side of the sidewalk and leave a mess in the middle of the road. when this administration, I didn't say nobody to call the cop for me, but that's okay. But when this administration, if it comes from the BA, to bring forward a RFP that is attractive to the taxpayer of the city of Paterson, that we could sit down with them and tell them, listen, you had to treat us as Beverly Hill or Wayne or the surrounding town that we have. Last year, I had a conversation with them, even our truck's supposed to say Paterson and it's supposed to be in neat condition. Not spilling water under the truck and making all this mess in the middle of the road that really leave a bad, stinky odor in our roads. And this is millions and millions of dollars that's going down the drain. Taxpayers' money going down the drain because they're not receiving the service that they're supposed to receive with this contractor. Now, we cannot bring them inside in-house because, you know, people start saying, well, we don't have this, we don't have that, we don't have the trucks, we don't got this, we don't got that. But in some point, based on this snowstorm that we had, they was more lacking than even our DPW worker, and our DPW worker works hard. They even DPW worker took their responsibility, taking trucks out of their place, their route to pick up messes, garbage in our city. And still, it's the same way. And we cannot blame DPW. They have their own responsibility. But yes, when you follow those trucks and they do whatever they want, I cannot pay and support a payment of bill for that purpose. So, saying that, where we at? Are we bringing another contract into the table? Or are we going to tighten the bell to them? Because I bet you that if they come in again, they're going to raise the contract money to be able to get paid more. And because there's nobody compatible on it, we're going to stick on to it. And I don't think it's fair for the taxpayer. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman. Good point. I just want to hear from the administration because we've been talking about the same thing now for almost 2 years. What are we doing? That's the question.
Sure. Thank you, Council President. For the first part, I just want to address the timing of the contract. Last year, and our purchasing agent is here who can speak to this in more detail. We extended the contract with the first option year, and that was to freeze, the rates were then frozen in at the contract level. And this was after the work of our consultant Wayne DeFeo, who does this with municipalities and looks at the market and sees what are these type of contracts going for. And on average, it was looking at about a 15% increase. That might still exist for this year, but we can make a decision, and we want to involve the council in this conversation about whether it's worth it to go out to bid again, even though we know there might be a 15% increase, so that we might involve another vendor in this process. But related to the vendor that we have now, because it's not fair to the residents to wait until the summer when the contract is up again. We have, and I'm going to ask our chief of staff to speak to this, the amount of attention that we are now putting on Roselli, and the fact that I know from speaking with our chief of staff that she's in contact with them just about every day, discussing issues and things that are going on. So if we can let her address how we're holding their feet to the fire a little bit on this issue.
So, Madam BA, but that is a conversation that we need to have as a council because I understand we have to try to save money, but we're not getting the services. So that's a serious conversation that we need to have because maybe when this company realizes that they're about to lose the contract, maybe they have a serious conversation with the employees and to make sure that they do the job. So
Agreed,
continuing with what we currently have is unacceptable, and I'm going to leave it at that, not to prolong the meeting.
And Council President, I've actually asked our purchasing agent to have something that we'll talk about in Finance Committee next week on this topic, so that everyone becomes aware, so that the options are on the table, because we agree. But if,
So we're gonna go in this order. We have Councilman Kalik, Councilwoman Mims, and Councilman Mendez. Okay, so I retract that. Councilman Kalik, Councilman Mendez, and Councilwoman Mims.
Okay, thank you, Council President. Madam BA, if you look at page 11, if you go to the fourth line, you see
Can you
COVID-19
hear him?
voucher payments,
I don't
two
think,
of them.
Councilman, I don't think they could hear you. You're gonna have to,
Two of them, you see
Ma-
page 11, COVID-19 vouchers. I thought we have a different COVID payments bill list. Why is it in the regular bill list? Page 11,
page 11 of the bills list.
bill list, yes.
At the top.
Yes.
So
And
we
it's
have,
vouchers to Costamba Restaurant and another restaurant, A Roach
so
Restaurant.
that's, so Councilman Kalik, that's not going through the CARES grant. That's a different grant. That's a health grant. That's a natural, COVID grant.
Can I, before we continue,
ahead.
Mr. Ming, either we're gonna have to speak into the mic. I think he's speaking back there. Either we're gonna have to speak into the mic, or, Mr. Ming's gonna have to raise the volume, because it's a little difficult, to hear with his glasses on, with his glass on. So let's just try our best. Sorry, you could continue. You
That's-
finished?
It's a different grant.
So it's a different grant he's stating.
Okay.
Okay, but, and I'm sorry, I know you're going next, but you said it's a grant, but you're charging a current account.
Right.
So that's not a grant.
So which page is he looking at?
Page
11.
11. I know, it says COVID-19, but if you look at the account number, the account number, that's not a grant. And that's the purchase of food, let me see. Let me see the amount, hold on.
Oh, okay.
How much is the amount? So 454 and 540. I guess we bought food,
Yeah.
but
so
it's
that-
coming out of our regular budget, it's not part of a grant.
Right, that is, that they bought lunch for, probably for the workers.
And I'm not opposed to that, but did we budget for that?
I would have to check.
The reason I ask you that, people probably saying out there, you have a $300 million budget, but I know DCA, at one time, even before it was a councilman, it's in the MOU also. We can't be
This-
buying food. I understand that we have to, something might have come up, but we
This-
have to be mindful.
Council President, if I could just clarify, this is actually related to the vaccination site. So because a lot of the employees, the nurses who are working and other employees who are working through their lunch hour to provide the services, then it is allowed because, and we clarified with DCA, because we're getting insurance reimbursements for that can go to some vaccination site expenses. So this is one of them that we clarified, that there's really not as many options for employees to take a lunch break. So many days we get items donated, but this is something that's funded through that. It'll be budget credited with the insurance reimbursements.
Shouldn't that be specified, though?
Council members, so let's continue the order. I just had to step in and clarify that it wasn't a grant, that we actually charge a budget account. You finished, Councilman Kalik, or not yet?
Yes, I'm finished.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President, and so I see that we don't have any COVID payment to the lab in this, Madam BA, but we've been having a conversation about, just to make sure that when we have any COVID payment, we gotta make sure that we specify what they billing for in terms of the government, federal government, or insurance company. So we gotta make sure the next bill that we receive, we gotta have that clear, bold line, because that's been my biggest concern every time we have a COVID payment in front of us. Now, I think that Councilman Bellet touched a huge point, and we're in payment of bill, but we need to talk about this because the director of our department, our public work department, is here, and we have this conversation. We called the owner of Roselli. We send out complaint emails. They never respond. We also request them to be present at the last DPW committee meeting, because what they done during this last term, it was unacceptable, and what they've been doing for years here, it's just unacceptable. I know we're spending over 4 million, close to 4.5 million per year in DPW on Roselli, not including what we pay to Gata, to the disposal company. So I think that this is the time for us to have this conversation, because the contract is gonna end in June. Now we have enough time to sit down and analyze that, how feasible for us is to invest those $4.5 million into try to do this in-house, which is, I think, is a great idea, and we should have this conversation now, or at least think about and going out and see what can we have there, because we gotta have a serious conversation with Roselli, with that company. I'm in favor of going deep into the analysis and see if we could do this in-house. I'm excited about the idea, and the numbers are there. We're spending $4.5 million more or less per year on Roselli, and what they've been doing, they just pick and choose what they taking or not. Look at the city. I've been calling the DPW department left and right, all the way from early in the morning, all the way into the afternoon. Can you do this? Can you do that? And that's Roselli's job, that they failed to do that job. And there's no consequences for them. I know the director sent multiple complaints. I don't know if you have any answer from Roselli yet, but we've been requesting somebody from the company to be here present, to have a conversation with us about what's going on in our town, because they have contract with all the municipality, and what they doing in Paterson, they're not doing that in another town. So I think that this is the right time for us to have this conversation. Not waiting until June, when we have to renew the contract and when we have no more option. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
So I'm not gonna keep the conversation going. I think it's great dialogue. We actually had this discussion, I asked the same question in our Finance Committee tonight, and I mentioned it to Councilman Velez, but I just want to duly put it on record that I've been making a request for performance evaluation reviews to be attached to all of our current contracts and any future contracts, so that we can use it as a rating scale for the quality of service that's being provided internally and to our residents, so that we can use it as a guide and a tool when it comes to our bidding process. I think it needs to be a part of the scoring process when we're going out to bid, so that we can say whether they've been effective, satisfactory, unsatisfactory, and we can utilize that. I think it's something that this city should have had in place a long time ago, and I look forward to making sure as we go out and do our procurement and look at things that are currently in place, that we make sure we have a performance review standard in place for all of our current and future contracts. Thanks, Council President.
Thank you very much.
Council President, I don't know if this is working. Can you hear me?
Yes, Della.
Okay. I just would like, if you would allow me to, just to rebuttal a little bit to the request of Councilman Velez, Councilman Mendez, pertaining to Roselli and Councilwoman Mims. I do want you to know that we echo the same feelings about the service that we are getting here in the city. And because of that, there has been, to you, Councilman Mendez, they did respond. I asked for a Zoom meeting. I requested that not only do we have a Zoom meeting, but these meetings will go on consecutively throughout the month, because it is not fair to the citizens of Paterson to receive the service that we are receiving. I will say to you that I've been very blunt, very direct about what we expect from them and how we expect it to be done. With the permission of the BA, I will continue to have further dialogue with them throughout the weeks. I've been actually talking to them every day. And I will say to you and to every council person here, if there is some infractions that we are not aware, because we're not everywhere in the city, please forward them to me, because I'm going to forward them to them. They claim that our communication has been a problem, so we're fixing the communication far as having them very informed of what their company is not doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Just
Councilwoman Mims?
quickly, I don't want to belabor the point, but Chief of Staff says she wanted to make a point to the three of us. I never questioned the status. You put me in the middle, but all I wanted to do was to make sure we had a process in place for performance evaluation. That was other line of questioning, so I just wanted to
No, no,
make
no.
sure.
I totally agree with you. I was agreeing with you that
Yes.
that also needs to happen as well.
Yes.
So it wasn't like pointing
Yeah,
it
because you
out.
said
Thank
rebuttal, I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to put it on
I'm sorry.
record.
Thank you, council
Chief.
colleagues. Madam Clerk, roll call on the bills list?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call in payment of bills in the amount of $5,590,055.89. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Councilman Kalik.
No.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam Beer. Madam Beer, before my vote, I think that toward Chief of Staff, I know, didn't know that you was in conversation with Roselli, but one thing is having meeting, and another thing is like looking at the result of those meetings. Nothing have changed in the city. The city is filthy. They continue doing whatever they want in the city. Still today, I have a bunch of phone calls from the third ward resident and out of the third ward of the job that they're performing. They pick and choose what they do, what they don't. There's no supervision. It's just unacceptable what they're doing in the city. So those meetings, so I think that my request is to bring that in front of the entire council. There's a lot of complaint in the city, and our taxpayer, they deserve a better service. My vote is no.
Councilman Mims.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Velez.
I'm just gonna say something clear. You know, one thing is the aftermath of a storm that we had, okay? An aftermath of a storm that we had, 3 storms, and the amount of inches of snow that we got. You know, I cannot say that the city is always filthy. I could say that based on what we saw in the production of the work that they was doing, they was lacking. So hopefully they received this mail, this information, disseminated and corrected, not only in the process of a snowstorm, also in the daily basis of their responsibility in a contract. I cannot state that the city looked filthy all year round. No, and we have done improvement. DPW have picked up those responsibility, and I commend them for doing that. The police have picked up things that probably the FBI or DEA have to do, and I commend the police. And other divisions have been doing the job accordingly what's going on. The aftermath of a storm created more chaos or problem in the city that needs to be addressed in the moment that it happened, or get ready before the ward start. So saying that, I stated in the beginning that I was not comfortable to vote in this payment bill because the performance of the company Roselli, so my vote is no.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Vote is yes.
Thank you, sir. The vote is 5 in favor, 3 against, 1 absent. Payment of bills in the amount of $5,590,055.89 is hereby adopted.
Madam Clerk, I
Yes,
want to
sir.
entertain a discussion on item 9, but I also want to make a clarification.
Okay.
It says it's sponsored by Councilman Rivera. I'm not against it, but I don't know why would somebody put me as a sponsor.
Okay, so you want us to remove the sponsor?
Yeah, just remove the sponsorship,
Okay.
and let's just have a discussion on the item.
Council President, can you add me to that sponsorship for you?
Yeah, you could be the sponsor,
Thank
that's
you.
fine.
Council, I mean,
Okay,
it's an
so-
administrative thing, it's administration.
So the reason I'm bringing this up is because if, I don't know how that got there. I didn't tell anyone to put me as a sponsor.
You don't say sponsorship here.
Council President, maybe it was because you had it come back on, so
Okay,
maybe that's why
all
that
right.
could have been.
Sure, that's the reason why. But let's have a discussion.
So you're moving on to the discussion, that's the discussion.
Number
with-
9.
Number 9, regarding the resolution authorizing the establishment of a 401A retirement savings plan whose annual contribution limit exceeds that of the existing 457 plan.
Sure, let me just remind a little history of this. This was presented by the administration a while back. It was passed by the council, and then it was rescinded. But the PBA presidents here, from the fire union and the police, they're here to clarify some of our previous concerns, and they have been addressed. So, yeah, we're bringing it back. We're discussing it now, and hopefully it gets moved to, for a vote.
Council
So-
President, is this 401 for the entire city or just for the police and fire department? No other department in the city is allowed to go into this?
So
I don't know,
what
because,
there's,
you know, I see on here it says administration, but someone said it's the police department. And I remember you took something off the agenda last time when it did not go through committee first and then.
is
brought to the
this,
agenda.
yes, you're correct. Is the same one that was presented a while back, which was passed and then rescinded? The issue that we had previously is, I had my own concerns. I think Councilman Kalik and I were the only ones who voted no the first time around, when he passed, and then it was rescinded. My concern was that, I have some concerns that they're gonna address right now, but to address your question, this is being put together, to, you know, the money that employees are entitled to once they retire, the paid time that they get. They're proposing something tonight to maybe put into this deferred plan. And they're doing this for tax purposes, I'm sure. You want to proceed?
Oh, so you saying, so this is for people who retired, when they get their money from
let's do the
sick days
presentation.
and vacation and time due and all that?
Correct. Right now, we already have a 457 B plan, which is a deferred compensation plan. This is something in addition to this, so you want to let them continue?
No, I just want to make sure that you understand that when something was put on before and it did not go to committee, you sent it back to committee. That's what I want you to understand, that if this, I see it says administration, but it actually is police and fire.
Council President.
I'm just asking a question. I hear everyone, nobody has to say nothing.
No, Councilwoman, but I think what it is
Yeah.
this did go through committee, right? It came to the council. It was actually, it was
How many years
approved by
ago?
the council.
No, you answer the question. How many years ago that
Last
you brought
year.
this before us?
2 years ago,
How
2
many?
years ago.
almost 2 years ago.
2 years.
Councilwoman, the only reason why I came back is there was some concerns. We had a few members come before us.
That did not want to do it.
Right, they've since
Okay.
retired, right?
So,
Right, they did not want to do it.
can we
and-
continue,
and
yeah,
in
can we
order for
continue with the
this-
meeting?
Wait a second. In order for this to go forward, that means everyone had to participate. Was
Wait,
that
and-
the reason?
And we are
Well, let 'em-
participating
let 'em-
here.
let 'em-
Let
No,
him
you had
explain.
some
Let
members
him
that didn't
explain.
want to
So-
participate. Go forward, go ahead.
Could
Go
we
ahead.
start,
Do you-
and then any questions you have, you could address it
ahead,
to
go
them?
ahead and
Could you
talk.
start, please, just presenting, and we'll ask you any questions we have? Thank you.
Council President, turn the microphone on your side. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone, council members.
I don't think the mic is working.
I'm not sure if it's working or not, but
I don't think it is. Mr. Ming?
not working.
I did. I don't think the microphone's working.
The podium microphone.
Try it again.
You could lift the, leave the
not
podium a
working.
little
The
bit
podium
higher. No, lift it up,
Put it up.
higher. Pull it up.
Pull it up.
There you
More.
go.
Yeah.
Don't break your back.
Hit it.
You're a big guy, that's what happened.
Hit the mic. Hit the mic.
There you
It's
go.
working.
Oh, it's working? Okay. Can you hear me now?
Volume up.
Okay. Good evening, council members. And thank you for letting us come before you tonight to present this. Basically, what we're presenting is the 401A plan. I'll just present it, and then I'm going to turn it over to one of the representatives from Equitable, who already handles the 457B plan for the city currently. But there was, it was originally presented about 2 years ago, and there was some miscommunication from some of our members that went and spoke to some council people and gave the council people some misinformation. So we're back tonight to have all those misinformation that was disseminated cleared up and give you guys everything that's in the plan, as well as any questions you may have or concerns that you may have. So,
Before you call a rep, could you tell us what's the purpose you're doing this as council, as a union president?
okay.
What does this do for your members?
Okay, so basically, how the plan works, it's similar to the 457B plan, where the 457B plan is a tax-deferred plan where you can contribute while you're working. The 401A plan is a plan that is similar. It's under the 400 code and IRS tax code, But this plan allows you for separation of service, any money, any compensation that's owed can go into this 401A plan. When it goes into the 401A plan, the city gets the benefit of not paying payroll tax on that money, so the city saves on that side. The member doesn't pay the tax on that money until that money is taken out of the account. So it's one of the rare situations where it's no cost to the city. The city has a benefit, a tax benefit, and the employee who separates will pay tax on that compensation once they withdraw that money.
Thank you.
Good evening, council. Just want to clarify a couple little things. Just like Lieutenant Mason Moore was indicating, with this plan, it's basically a tax-deferred plan for the members. It's a benefit. Right now, once our member retires, they get one lump sum payment, and they're paying $20-something thousand in taxes. With this plan, it just gives them the ability to place their muster debriefing time or their retirement buyout, gets it placed into this plan. If they want to take out $800, they take out $800, they pay taxes on $800. So that money's there, they're saving the taxes. If you know, when you retire and you get that lump payment, your taxes are gonna go astronomically high. You save it to the next year as you need it for a college fund or whatever you're gonna do with your family. That's one of the great benefits. And just like Lieutenant Mason Moore indicated, there's also a payroll tax savings to the city. One of the misinformation that they presented to at that time was Councilman McCoy, was that there was an age requirement, which there is, of 59 and a half years. But they failed to inform him, and they knew this information, that public safety is exempt from that age requirement, and it's at 50. Currently, right now, at that time when we were presenting it in 2019, we had a total of, I think it was like around maybe 6 members that weren't at that age of 49. They were short maybe by like a month. With this plan, the minute that they deposit that money, you get that money instantly. So, you know, that misinformation that they did, they came in here and presented to the council misinformation. This is the correct information that you're getting from AXA. You're getting it from the vice president of the plan. So this is something that, you know, it's beneficial to the member for providing the services that they have for the city for either 20, 25 years of service, but for police and fire, but also it's a tax, you know, savings for the city as well.
Thank you. Councilman Abdelaziz?
Thank you, Council President. I have a couple quick questions, because I do remember pretty concise. You just stated that the big question is everyone that's a member of the police union and the fire union cannot take their money out right away. So if hypothetically speaking, I'm a police officer, I want to get my retirement, and I want a check from the city, whatever I want to do with it, right? I have plans for it, I want to get taxed on it, I can't get a lump sum, correct?
No,
It has to go to a 401, it has to go to this plan.
it goes, it's, the way we tried to explain it to, you know, our members and stuff was, it's similar to direct deposit. Just instead of you getting a check, you get your check deposited into your bank account, direct deposit. This is similar to that, where the account will be in the member's name, the money will be deposited into that account. If they want to go the next day, or however long it takes for it to clear, the money to clear, they can go and take the money out. They don't have to leave it in there. They can take it all out at once if they want and pay the tax on it.
There's an age limit, 50.
There's an age limit for penalty purposes. There's a 10% penalty if you're under 50. You can still take the money out. There's a 10% penalty. But I have to say, which is very important, the members that we have on now since 2012 are Tier 3. They have to do 30 years. And I don't believe we have any that are under 20 or 19 years old that are gonna be under 50 by the time they're eligible to retire to get the money anyway.
how does this, the new bill that just passed the legislature that allows 20 years for law enforcement in the next 2 years to retire with no penalties with 20 years of service? The legislature just passed that. That is sponsored by Senator Lagana and Senator Gopal, specifically to firemen and police officers for the next 2 years. So people could leave with this new bill and collect 50% of their pension. I don't know if that's gonna impact your members, but I'm sure you know about the bill, correct?
Right.
That just passed.
Yes.
So will we be in any situation where someone decides, there's some police officers that don't wanna be police officers anymore.
Correct.
They wanna take an early retirement, and they leave within 20 years, and they're not at that age limit, or they're younger than 50, could this impact them?
Well, there's, I believe, Mike, if you, the gentleman from Equitable can answer some of that, but the document, the plan document itself, has areas in it that you can describe exactly, like if a member left because they were injured or they didn't complete their years of service, they would just get the check. They wouldn't get the money deposited into the 401A plan itself.
So thank you. And to my council colleagues, I just want to reiterate, if you're not following what was passed in the legislature for law enforcement could leave now with 20 years of service, correct? That was just passed? And still be able to collect with no penalties, and the age doesn't matter for the next 2 years, correct?
I know that it was presented. I didn't know that they had.
I think the Assembly voted on it yesterday. They had a voting session yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. I think the Senate passed it a couple weeks, and the Assembly had a session yesterday. So this is, I'm just making it aware, so someone that's come back, right? They did 20 years. They started here when they're 20 years old.
Right.
They want to benefit and retire with 20 years in now with this.
But our contract doesn't allow for that because you can't get the retirement benefit, the muster debriefing time, unless you complete 25 years of service with the city.
So 25 years, so you're 45 years old.
So Councilman.
So what I'm saying is the age limit now with this new bill, we don't know, we may see some more retirements at an earlier age.
Well, we've had, our department has had the ability for our people to retire at 20 years. We've had that already.
And have you pulled your department?
We've had one, it was Garcia, actually it was two. We've had two people in the 30 years that I've been here that actually left with less than 25 years. Just two in the 30 years that I've been here.
So, Councilman.
Okay, may I ask?
So,
Council President.
Councilwoman.
Is medical benefits included in 20 years?
Councilwoman, you gotta ask for the
That's
floor,
it.
please.
Can I have the floor?
Council President.
No, hold on a minute, because Councilman Kalik is next. I just want to say something real quick. This is a workshop meeting. We could get a list of all the employees from the
Right.
fire and police,
Right.
and see where we're eligible to retire, right, based on the amount of years.
Correct.
But also, that was why this was rescinded before, because we wanted to make sure that we were not violating their labor contract, right? The labor contract says that they got to get paid for time. Once they retire, they got to get their payment.
Correct.
And we just want to make sure that it didn't violate it, and that's why it was rescinded. But the biggest concern I had previously was that I thought that it was an employer match required. And that's why you have the representative from AXA, I believe, right?
Yes.
But not yet. Let me get, Councilman Kalik has the floor now. Councilman Kalik.
Yes, I have a question. Did you notify all of your members, and what's their response?
We did. We've had some discussions with them, and we circulated a letter from our attorney. I don't know if you got a copy, Councilman, or not.
Correct, we did.
I don't recall, but also, is there any other municipalities out there are enrolled in the same program around here in North Jersey or New Jersey?
The one, thank you, by the way, Michael Schiller. The municipality that has it around here is Lyndhurst, but all of the colleges here in New Jersey use 401A, and we actually administer them. And then throughout the different parts of the country, we probably have close to 100 different municipalities. New Jersey, it's a little bit newer. The colleges started with it first, so now it's starting to become a little bit more popular in some of the other municipalities as discussion. But Lyndhurst, excuse me,
So only city in New Jersey is Lyndhurst?
aside from the colleges, correct.
And I'm talking about municipality, not the colleges.
Okay, yes,
So
you're
only
right.
city is the small city in Bergen County, Lyndhurst, correct?
Correct.
Right, thank you.
Yep.
Council President.
Do those colleges put in a match, an employer match?
The 401A is used a little bit differently in the colleges than this would be used because you can dictate, as we've discussed, but just to kind of reiterate that you can choose what kind of compensation was going to go into this. So for the colleges, 401A is usually used for some of the employees who don't have pension. So they make a contribution to their 401A in lieu of a pension payment. But this payment obviously wouldn't be something like that. It would be used for the unused time that these employees would put together.
Right. We have Councilwoman Cotton and Councilman Velez. You finished, Councilman Kalik?
I think the question is that, what Councilman Al over here is talking about is about the 20 years, but if you go out of 20 years, you don't get medical benefits, not from the city anyhow. But the thing is that because the police and fire are not under the mandate like the other state employees, where we have a maximum of 15,000 that we can only collect, you know, you guys are not, those two departments are not under that category, so you're coming out with 100,000, 150,000, so I can see clearly why you would need to put this in a fund and then draw as you need. You don't need to take it all at one time because council colleagues, you gotta remember, if he takes 1,000, they'll take 20% out, they'll take 200, and then if you don't need none this year, you take it out next year, but I can understand that, but make it clear now that I thought that in order to retire from the police and fire department, you gotta have 25 years of service to receive health benefits. Is that true to my two union people?
Yes, right now, our contract states 25 years of service.
Right.
With the city in order to get the benefits. And that was after 2016.
Right.
Before that, the city acknowledged state, county, federal, and municipal, like the Paterson Housing Authority. They did acknowledge those as city time, but in the last contracts in 2016, that was changed, and now it has to be exclusively either the city of Paterson or this parking authority
Or the park, okay.
in
Now,
order to
let me
get
ask you
in order
something.
to get medical benefits.
Well, while you're standing there, let me ask you, when Governor Christie came out with Chapter 78 in 2011, that means the new employees have to work 30 years, police and fire?
No, that actually got instituted in 2012, and all those employees are Tier 3 employees, that in order for them to get the full 65% of their retirement benefits, they would have to do 30 years of service.
Okay. So
Thank
it
you.
kind of changed somewhat, but I can understand with the 401 or 501 or whatever they want to call them. It helps you if you do not need the money. I wish I could get a check for 100,000 and then, but then 100,000 check, they would take 30,000 in tax, and I still may owe more money at the
Yeah.
end when I file. So I can understand this. It's the defer the money for when you need it to use it, then you pay taxes as you get it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, let's try to, stick to the question regarding the 401A. And let's also give the opportunity to the rep to reassure us that our concerns are met. And then we could continue with the agenda tonight. Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Welcome back, gentlemen. Last time we had a healthy discussion, a big one.
Yeah,
And you
thanks.
took all the heat from Councilman McCoy in that time.
Oh, that's all right.
But welcome back.
Thanks.
My understanding and a little bit of IRA, educational IRA and CDs, et cetera, from the banks and from financial institution that I used to work before. Unfortunately, some people will start the job at 20 years old and 25 years old, they are 45, and especially that individual retiring have to make the wide decision saying, well, I have 5 years to get or probably another job. Meanwhile, that money is growing in that IRA, that plan. So it is a financial decision that individual do, or they want to stay to give five more years to police department instead of retiring 25, give it to retiring 30. So you never know. the decision of that. Um, The letter of the attorney, I don't know if my colleagues had received them, I had one. I'm reading it, and the attorney just advising that if the membership do not have a full consent of voting on it, you are the one making the decision to go into this agreement with the administrator of the plan, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Correct. So in other words, in your membership, and this include the fire association, the police association, all the membership have to have some kind of meeting for vote if they want to participate or not.
That letter that you, we presented it to a couple of the council members. It's just basically a letter from our attorney, Mark C. Rushfield, who's been representing PBA Local Number 1 since 1977. He's our labor counsel. He's been here for almost 44 years. There's no collective in our bylaws indicating that we have to take a vote from the members in order to do something that's going to be beneficial for the members. It's actually by law. We have the right as their representatives to go into contracts. We go into numerous contracts with the city's administration in order to benefit our members. With something like this, before the last time we were doing it, we were doing presentations at that time it was inside headquarters. And some of the individuals that actually attended this meeting and gave the misinformation, they were actually there. This is something that's going to benefit our members. It's not going to affect any of our members currently right now. Like I mentioned, since 2012, every single officer has to do 30 years.
Just to wrap it up, I just want to wrap it up because I want to leave the opportunity to the gentleman. The last time that you guys was here, especially the gentleman, it was a difficult moment because some people was retiring that point, in that moment. So a lot of people was like, oh, I'm getting benefit, this one not. And it was like a half and half benefit. It was not too clear in the middle of the road to change. It's like when they changed the problem of the plan in the middle of the contract. My concern is, and you know, I will agree with anything that would be beneficial to those individuals out of retirement, and they don't have the age. I got people that retire in 45. They still want to get another job in TSA and other places in the federal government because they not ready to retire. They was ready to retire here, but not completely. If they're going to be some kind of opt-out, if anyone do not want to participate in this kind of plan, because, you know, it should be a button to say, no, I want to opt out and do whatever I want. And the second question, if it is possible, if this is the only administrator, or he's already have a contract with you guys administrating other kind of plans in the city, in the police, in the you know?
I believe it's for the whole city.
Or the whole city?
Yeah.
Or Madam BA, is the whole city?
Equitables for the whole city.
He represent the city also in other plans?
Yes, for the second plan, not the 401A, but the other plan.
For the entire city? Mm-hmm. Okay. So, saying that, I thought we were going to see our RFP on that, but that's okay. He's already a contractor from us. So, give us the scenario of you have 408 members in the police department, and I don't know how much in the fire department, and a scenario of this is implemented. If I want to choose to be or not, what will happen if the individual choose not to, and we already know whoever chooses to do so, what's the benefit of it?
Councilman, so let's take advantage of the rep
Correct.
and the PBA and the members, and let's ask questions, because, you know, we continue to talk. I know we gotta relive what we spoke about previously, because we took a vote previously, but let's get the best out of, you know, let's get all the information that we can from them in order to make an informed decision at the next meeting. And you have the floor, please.
That's why I asked a question to him.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks. To answer your question, Councilman, It's the way that the plan works and the advantage of the plan being on the employee and the employer side, it makes the contribution going into the plan a mandatory contribution for everyone who's eligible. And what that means is, like, right now, we're talking about it for police and fire. If down the line you decide this is a benefit that you want to give the advantage to the city, taking it with all the employees, then it would be mandatory for all those, but you can designate which ones are. So if you say it's just going to be for police and fire, it's not mandatory for everyone, but just for those that you say are eligible. And when it's mandatory, it just means that that contribution will go into that account for that person, and then they have the ability to do, what they want on the second end of that. So it's mandatory if you're eligible. So if they're saying it's police and fire and only these types of payments, that's what's going to be mandatory. But if you don't include certain things for certain reasons, or something you feel like if someone hasn't earned to a certain level, they're only getting a certain benefit, you want to leave them off, those are options that you can move. But the IRS says whatever's eligible has to be mandatory to go in, because the city's getting a benefit and the employees, so that's why it's mandatory.
All right.
Council President.
Hold on a minute. Councilman Delacies, then Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. I got a few more questions that were brought up. So I think it was stated you did not poll your members to see how they feel about this?
No, we did.
We did? Do we have a percentage of?
It's a vast majority. It's a vast majority. The ones that we've polled, the ones that I polled for the SOA, I can't speak for House, but the ones that I polled for the SOA, I haven't had any resistance. Everybody was on board.
And for the PBA?
And the same thing, the only ones that, we haven't had an opportunity to present it due to, obviously, with all the COVID restraints. The last time that we had a meeting was in October of 19, which are the newly hired officers. And just like I mentioned, these officers, they have to do 30 years of services in order to retire from the city. So none of those officers are going to be affected, even if this plan is in effect.
And to the AXA member, representative. So once again, hypothetically speaking, a person retires at 45 years old. Their money goes into this 401A plan. They come to you the next day to pull all their money out. They could do that?
They can, but
And
since
how much would they get penalized?
that individual will pay a 10% penalty to the IRS on whatever they withdraw only.
On top, if they withdraw everything.
Oh, if they withdraw everything,
They
then
withdraw everything, they don't want
yes.
nothing to do with it, so they get charged 10%, and then they get taxed on it.
correct.
Correct, so a person that's a member that doesn't meet the age has to wait 5 years to not get that 10% penalty, correct?
Correct.
And what if the market crashes in the 5 years? So if I get 50,000, is this a guaranteed fund? I'm bringing
There-
back 50,000?
There is a guaranteed fix.
It is guaranteed.
They have the option in the plan. It's structured similar to the 457, which was mentioned that I handle for the city. So the employee has the option to have it in something fixed, guaranteed, no risk, all the way to if they want to keep it in there, like the councilman gave an example of somebody keeping it in there for a period of time, they can invest it as well.
How about a religious exemption? So there's some religions that they can't make money off of interest. It's against the religion. They can't get charged interest, right? So in the Muslim religion, there's mortgages that do it through an Islamic mortgage where it's against the religion. So what if you have a member that practices the Muslim faith and they don't want to collect interest on their money, so they don't want to go to that. They want to pay their taxes and just take their money. They pay their taxes and they want to take their money. So now they don't want to gain interest from there. They don't want anything to do with it. Is there a religious exemption for people not to be in this plan?
It's a good question. I can find out the answer to you. I haven't had that come up yet, but I can find out for you.
Well, those council colleagues in the Islamic faith, they don't deal with interest. It's against the religion. Not everyone practices that. But what if you do get a member? This city does have a large Muslim population, and there's Muslims in other practices that religious, I don't know all religion, but is there a religious exemption that they don't want to deal with no interest, they don't want to deal with investments, they probably don't invest anything. At the end of the day, it's their money, and what we're doing with this plan is we're controlling how the members spend their money. They're putting it through your plan, and they could gain money on it, right? But what if they can't gain? It's against the religion for them to gain that money. That is something that in the police department has Muslim members, and the fire department has Muslim members. They can't gain on interest. Some of them don't practice it, but you never know. We may have And remember, this was gonna precede us or go along with that, so we have to look into that if there's a religious exemption for the way the people want to spend their money.
we can check the IRS code, because that's where it would be if anywhere. It wouldn't be in our
Well,
plan,
that's
the
something with
IRS would
city,
be the one
Madam
that
VA
would give that
Corporation
exemption.
Council, if a person comes here, doesn't wanna, because legally, that's their money, correct? It's their time in the contract, and they may say, this is against my religion, what are we gonna do there? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. We'll have Councilman Jackson and Councilwoman Mims.
So I have a few concerns. I would definitely regard most of the, say most is almost impossible to get 100%, but I would definitely regard most of the members of the police and fire department to be highly intelligent, intuitive individuals. It just seems very strange to me that this body, or you guys, period, would make a decision without at least getting consensus of the members. Now, one of the things that I heard tonight, which is highly alarming to me, is that you guys are entitled to make decisions on their behalf without consulting or consent from them. And that's troublesome to me, because I've never been a part of a union. I've always been self-employed. But from what I understand from unions, there's always a union meeting, and there's always union votes. And union members should have a voice. So to hear this initiative strips the voice of some of these members is a concern of mine, especially when a lot of people who I respect greatly came before us at the last meeting, and you guys are now insinuating or making accusations, and let me use police language, allegations of false information, because you guys, both of you said tonight that we had members come forward and give us, the council, misinformation. And I would think that those individuals who are very highly credible and respected people would not do such a thing unless they felt that this wasn't, or was compelled to believe that this wasn't the best thing for them. So I have an issue with that. I have an issue with the fact that you guys haven't met since 2019. That within itself, to me, sounds incredibly irresponsible, considering that you have Zoom, you have all kinds of means to have meetings to get feedback and input from your members. I know I would never be a part of a membership where I don't have an opportunity to at least voice my opinion. Further, where were you guys, because I know you guys were in place. I don't think fire representation was in place. But where were you guys when this council took a vote to change the health benefit plan from city to the state? Correct. What was your positions as a union representatives?
To change from the self-insured plan to state health benefits plan?
Correct.
We were opposed.
You were opposed.
Yes.
So did that play a part in why there was a lawsuit, an ensuing lawsuit that came from the department?
No, that, as far as the state health benefits plan,
Correct.
what we were actually fighting was the diminishing
Council
of our
President, this is
health
subject to
benefits.
ongoing litigation.
Correct. That's what I was shaking
And
my
I don't
head.
know what this state health benefits plan has to do with this 401A plan.
Well, it has everything to do with union position. It has everything to do with consensus of the membership. It has everything to do with this council, or the city, for that matter, not finding itself in the same position with this initiative as we found ourselves with that initiative.
Well, we were opposed as far as the state health benefits plan. We didn't take a vote to defend our members' rights. We took it, we're elected to this position for the benefit of our members, or as far as a union, or let's say corporation council. Not everyone's going to be, 100% in agreement. You're going to have individuals that you could say, listen, this is the best thing that you're going to do. You're going to go walk through that door. You're going to cash that check, and you're going to have the greatest benefits that you could. They said, no, I'm going to go through that door with that same check and wait a week later on to get that same benefit. We're here to represent our members. We're not here to misinform the city. We're not here like you, and I take it, I take it personal when you said it's very, you indicated that it was negligent of us of not having a meeting.
Council President.
You don't know what our police department has been doing through this COVID to keep these streets safe. That the last thing that we want to do is have a meeting. We've had members in excess of over 100 of our members affected. One died. And tomorrow, I'll be back to work after suffering COVID for over 5 weeks. So we're not here to misinform the city, to misguide our members. I think that every single member from the city of Paterson that has a union would love to be part of PBA Local Number 1 for the representation that we do for their benefits, rights, and their privileges. And Councilman, maybe you should join a union and see.
Council President.
I'm not
Hold on a minute.
done.
Hold on a minute.
Not done.
So,
For Council President, I'm not finished.
continue, Councilman Jackson.
So, first and foremost, this has nothing to do with my representation as being a part of a union. This has something to do with people who I respect. And again, my take on this, if this is something that's beneficial, and you as a union representative did fail to have consensus, or at least a majority, and again, these are some people who I respect greatly, who I've known for 10, 20, 30 years, who came before this council.
You should call those same individuals and tell them that exactly what happened when they had to pay $18,000 to $21,000 in taxes, and then they saw the benefit that we were trying to save them.
So again, instead of taking offense, right?
I'm not taking offense, I'm just giving you information.
Okay,
I'm speaking. One
okay, we
moment.
cannot speak.
Instead of
Councilman got the
take-
floor? Go ahead.
Instead of taking offense, what I think would have been much better suited is to bring at least if not their presence, at least representation from those people who we do respect, so that they can acknowledge that, yes, there was a poor decision on their part. Because right now, that's another accusation with somebody not present to defend that. Listen, I just text 5 of the people who I know who came here. 5 of the people, I just text them, and all of them are still in the same position. They still feel the same way. So, I find it difficult for me to support something when it's just like I respect you personally as well. If somebody else came here and made a representation of you, and you come to me and say, that's not what my position is, I'm gonna respect you personally. Because again, and I got calls all week from members of the fire department who felt the same exact way. Who felt as if their voice is being muffled, they're not having an opportunity to speak on their behalf and or at least have a vote. Now, further, let me say this in closing, council members.
Thank
you. The obligation of the council, because ultimately these things have to come before the council for approval. So when we have representation like this, I would have at least I would think that it would be prudent for the council to at least get a full presentation of this as well, so we can make a more informed, because we're getting an abbreviated summation of what it is, and if in the effect, I'm not accusing anyone of anything, if in the effect there's a negative impact, the council is the one that's going to bear the burden, because we ultimately have to approve this. So we're being presented with facts, and we're often told, just like when the administration presents things, we vote on the facts that's presented. And if we're getting an abbreviated presentation, how can the council make a fair decision or assessment of what we're voting on? Because we're being told by 2 union representatives that we respect greatly, but we also have members who are saying that they're not having the opportunity to vote on it, or they don't feel the same way. And I know if I was a person that didn't have an opportunity to vote on something, I would want to be supported as well. I would want my voice to be included in the decision. And I know, I feel that you guys would as well. But anyway,
Thank you.
that's my position.
So thank you. Council members,
Council
remember, we're here to ask questions and get clarification. Just because one member feels a certain way, right, it is okay to express yourself, but let's let other council members, because we cannot be here all night discussing one issue. If I still hear the negativity, we're gonna have to move it for another workshop, because we cannot use, an hour of a workshop meeting to just discuss one item. Now, when this was previously discussed, every council member was here except Councilman Mendez. Everyone was here. We discussed it in workshop a while back. I'm not suggesting that everyone should remember the detail. I was against it back then. That's why you're here also, to clarify those things, that some of my concerns. But like you stated, I understand my colleague's point, but if you were also elected by your members, that doesn't mean that we're not gonna take what they say into account. But you do have a valid point that, that you're making decisions on their behalf. Now, as long as, Councilman Abdelaziz have some concern, I have other further questions that I'm gonna ask tonight if I get a chance, that where we're going. But I'm gonna let my other council colleagues ask their question, and then I ask mine. Councilwoman Mims.
So I don't really have a question, I have a request. So my phone died, and I was trying to pull up because I did ask for the previous resolutions that were passed. So I got a copy of them from our clerk's office, I thanked them for that. I tried to pull it up, as soon as I went into my other phone, it died. So what I would like to see, because this passed from the council in a 7-2 vote. There were 2 noes, 7 voted yes.
Right.
Then it was repealed, right? So what was presented, it was repealed, and then there were some that voted yes and some that voted no against the repeal because they felt like they had voted the first time. So what I would like to see from that time, from the original vote, from the 7-2, to the appeal till now, what changed?
And
I
that's,
would like to,
and that's the
Council
purpose.
President, 1 second. I just would like to see if there's any change. Was there any change, whether it was the vote that was the concern, whether some members have retired? But from your perspective, what made it so important that this came back before us now? I'm not saying whether I'm a yes or a no, I'm just saying, and I don't need you to give it to me tonight, I'm saying before it comes for the next time. I just want to see what changed, because for me, I'm a researcher, right? Because I supported it. So I supported it, and I was against the repeal, right? So I want to know from the first support to the repeal to now, what made this come back before the council? So I just want to get that, if you could provide the variance of what that looks like. I have also asked some of the questions that have been presented previously as it relates to the voting process. Is it something that's documented, or was it a verbal? I've asked that to you in our finance committee meeting, but I just would like to have that. So you don't have to say it
Councilman, we
now.
could
I just
actually,
wanna-
Hold on a minute. No, you're actually here tonight to tell us what changed.
Exactly.
If not, this was a whole waste of time. We don't want to hear it tomorrow. You're here tonight to tell us what changed, because we rescinded it for, I think it was 2 or 3 reasons. One of them was, let me just remind the council colleagues.
No, let them tell us.
No,
I
but
want
let
them-
me-
So real quick, let me introduce myself. My
Hold
name
on
is
a minute, I
Frank.
gotta ask the questions. We, the council, we know why we repealed it. They don't know why. We know why we repealed it.
Well, some did and some didn't.
Okay.
So that's what I'm
So,
saying.
Councilwoman, just give me the opportunity to ask the question. That way they know which questions to answer.
But Council President, I had the floor. I wasn't finished, and then you just
I
started.
thought you were finished. You asked the question.
No, I was talking, and then you started speaking.
So wrap it up. I thought your question was, please provide us an answer. You don't have to do it today. That's what you said. But you
No,
could
I
continue.
was talking
Go
to
ahead.
them, and then you,
So real quick,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, I waited all night. I was being patient.
So let me introduce myself. My name is Francisco Lozada. I'm the new president for the FMBA, and I just took over as of February 1st. You already know Frank Petrelli.
Yes.
He was a past president. He could explain a little bit more of what we've been working on and answer that question for you.
Okay.
So first of all, what is the question?
Well, I was going to address what changed and
Okay.
how we got to this point. In July 1st was when I took over this past year. This was one of the first items I brought up. I spoke with members of the city about it, some councilmen and women about it. That was why the urgency. This wasn't something that we're trying to do in the last minute. This has been going on for 7 months, and if I go previous to that, I can go back over 2 years. And I've been involved as the vice president in my previous term. For 2 years, we've been trying to do this. We had some issues, or not issues, but some concerns with the age requirement. We addressed that.
So could you go over that real quick, just
Okay.
briefly?
So originally,
What was the age concern before?
the age concern before was 59 and a half. That's what we were under the impression. That was part of the, why it was repealed.
Okay.
Since that time, we've, some of you have seen it through emails. We spoke with, his name is Joe DeMayo. He's a tax expert through AXA. He addressed that and showed the Safe Harbor Act, where it's 50.
So now we
In
went
writing.
from 50,
This is all
59
in-
and a half to 50.
To 50. This has all been presented in writing.
Could we go to the next concern that we
Okay, the
had?
next concern was the match requirement.
The
we-
employer match,
The
correct?
employer match, where it says in the plan document, it's a zero match. We presented that in writing from AXA, and it's in the contract.
So Access
Those-
presented an interpretation
No, no,
of the
no.
IRS law.
Not an interpretation. We had two vice presidents from AXA, as well as a plan designer and someone who is one of their IRS experts. And they presented that in writing. You have I don't know if everybody does, but a copy was presented to the city.
That's what I meant, that's what I
Yeah.
meant.
And so when we spoke last week, it was, the issue was, for all these items, we wanted in writing. So that's what we did. We got everything in writing. And also to address our membership as a whole, we have a fiduciary responsibility to act in their best behalf. When we vote on, like a contract, let's say, we don't vote on every line item of the contract. You vote on the contract as a whole. So as a union, we have their best interest at heart, and that's how we move forward. And that's the goal,
Council
is to
President.
always be together and move forward. So fire has been on board with this. I don't know where, I haven't heard, I mean, I've been there for 7 months now. I'm not in the position anymore. I've recently promoted, now Frank is, but I was involved for 2 years past. I have not heard a fireman come to any union meetings on either the PFA side or the PFOA side. If somebody has an issue, they've never presented it, they've never voiced an opinion on it. We're in complete consensus to this. We all
Thank you.
want it.
Thank you. I just wanted to know if there was, what was the changes, that's all, that's why I asked the question.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila.
So to the point of what you said about representing a union, so I've been a union president, and there has been in instances, well, I used to be, at my place of employment, where being part of the representation of the administrators union, we always had some members, and I would say less than 5, that always disagreed with what the majority of the consensus was. Whenever there was negotiations, between the president, when we would come back, it was always like the same 5. And, you try to give respect, but at the end of the day, we voted as a whole. And so although we had some individuals that were not in agreement, we moved forward with, so if, we had 150 and 5 were against, we still went with the 145. And so with that said, I represented the union and the best interests of the members as a whole, even though there was a few that would not agree. So in terms of that, we understand that, I can say that I respect everyone, even the ones that I know. Half the people here I don't know. But at the end of the day, I think that you coming before us today and explaining something that we did speak about in a workshop, we did vote on it. I, for one, was in support, and then I actually supported the repeal. Why? Because when I heard from some of the members, it made it seem as though, wait a minute, and I respect those members that came before us and said the reason why, and I understood why. You know, here they're retiring, and, you know, there was an issue with age and so forth. So, you know, Council President, I think that, you know, we can go longer with this conversation, but overall, I think that one of the main things was addressed, which was what changed, and we can move forward as you please to put it on the agenda.
No, we are going to move forward, but one last suggestion, based on what I hear from my colleagues, you know, from now till next week, is there a way you guys could do a poll, you know, inform your members, I'm sure you've done that already, of the, you know, potential change that we might be having, or not change, but it is change to their payment, right, to their retirement payouts. And just give us those numbers, if you don't mind, before next Tuesday. And I also want to ask one last question to the administration, and maybe you guys could answer. If a person gets enrolled in the police department, and they leave after 5 years, right, they might get paid if they have vacation time, let's say. Go ahead, jump in.
To answer that question, Council President, it's not retirement. This plan is designated for as a retirement.
I just want to make sure.
Benefit.
I don't want to. I don't want to
clarify
violate
that?
any contracts. So I just want to make sure that we're not violating any contracts.
Yeah, if someone, like I was stating before, that you can designate people who would not be eligible. So like if you have a certain amount of years you haven't achieved, or a certain dollar amount, those are things that can be adjusted in the plan document, which is actually the rules of the plan specific for this city.
No, but I want to make sure that we're not going to get into that. I want to make sure that if a person is not retiring, they decide to move on to another position in another place, that whatever time that they're entitled to, they get it before they leave, that it doesn't go into this plan.
Right,
Council
you can
President?
designate that, correct.
Like, for example, if any employee, let's say a clerk, comes here and work for 5 years, if they have 15 vacation days, they get paid for the 15, they don't get paid for sick time, but they get paid for the vacation days if they didn't use it. So I just want to make sure that that money will go to them and not into the plan. Could you assure us of that?
If the plan document states that certain people are ineligible, then you can say that those people will get paid that.
So let's
So
make
it
sure.
is in their plan, it's in their contract.
So let's
If it's
make
in the
sure.
language of the contract, then it's going to be the same in the plan document.
All right, so, you know,
Council
just
President.
clarify that for us. Thank you very much. Could we move that
Wait
to,
a second, Council President. Let me just ask you, if I
Councilwoman
may-
Cotton.
No, you was the last to speak. Come on, let me just.
Councilwoman, let me remind you, I know we haven't been in
I
the
know,
chambers,
and I'm
hold on a minute.
I'm
We
not-
haven't been in the chambers for a long time.
I'm not long-winded.
Please, ask for the floor,
All right, ask for the floor.
and let's
Can
be
I speak?
courteous. We don't have to, you know, I don't know what's going on today, but just ask for the floor.
I raised my
Councilwoman
hand.
Cotton, please.
I just want to make sure, you know, I'm trying to understand what some of my council members are saying, like what sick days and all that. I don't understand what this got to do with the 457. To me, it has nothing to do with it. This is for when people leave, who's going to get a lump sum of money. If you work for the police department, fire department, you decide to quit, you quit. You don't, if you got a private 401, that's your private 401 or whatever you want to call it. You do whatever you want with it. I'm assuming this is the same thing like the 457. This is your own private. The city is not going to tell you what to do with it. If you want to take all your money, you take all your money. You want to leave it in, you leave it in there. If you want to, sick days, vacation day has nothing to do with your 457. Am I wrong, or am I, you know, my understanding is that I'm a union person. I know what 457s are. I know what 401s are. I know the 401k. I know all of that. And you have to decide what you really want to do. And for those employees that would not want to go into it, do they have to go into it? If they don't want to go into it, do they have to still go into it? If they retire?
Right. Once you designate who is going to go into the plan, all of those people, their contribution must go into the plan.
So if you have a person who's almost close to retirement, they do not have to go in the plan. That's what we're trying to figure out.
No, if they're designated to go into the plan, like saying like all police and fire, then everybody has to. The employee doesn't get to make an individual choice. So you're saying once they retire, can they use their money? Is that what you're asking me?
Right.
Yes, they can. And the only thing is what we talked about before was the age 50. Besides that,
that's
there's
what,
no
you know,
restrictions on taking money out as long as they're separated from service, no
What I'm
problem.
trying to understand, we don't have too many employees that's retiring under 50. I mean, I think those days are long and gone because those coming in now are past 50. I mean, for those that are able to retire under 50, they were very, very lucky. And God bless them because I wish I could have went out under 50, but for those, and then they have to wait. But that's not only the city of Paterson, that's throughout the whole New Jersey. If you retire before your 55 time, everybody's penalized, not just Paterson
Councilwoman.
workers, it's everyone, correct?
Yeah, the law is, it's a federal law,
penalized.
so it's federal.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand.
I think we're getting off topic here. We're
No, we're not
discussing.
off topic.
No,
I'm
we,
just
we are.
saying.
The 55 doesn't apply to the police officers. We're getting off topic here. This discussion we're having is pertaining only to fire and police. And my previous question, it was very relevant because you had them actually going back and forth and they need to clarify that, right? What happens to that payment? That person's not retiring, they're entitled to a payment. We need to get clarification on that. So let's put that on regular for next week. And you need, the council, I guess, wants to see a polling of your members. Let's continue with, we have members. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have two items on this agenda. We have a public portion first, and then we have two items, and we have the representatives of those entities here, which is item 10 and 11. But right now, Madam Clerk, I would like to open the public portion.
Yes, Mr. President. The public portion is now open, and our first speaker is Mr. Ernest Rucker. Mr. Rucker, you may state your name and address for the record, and you may begin, sir.
Council members, Ernest Rucker. It's really great to be back in these chambers. I came to say one thing tonight, and I sat back and I watched, as I've watched on television, these council proceedings. And ladies and gentlemen, I gotta be honest with you. This has been a clown show. We are, from the community perspective, we sit here and we watch you guys argue night in and night out. We hear the personal attacks. We hear the political attacks. We hear you guys sit there and talk to each other like you're enemies. This city is in crisis. We're inundated with shootings, homeless, unemployed, and this council can't seem to get it together. I'm so glad to be here to see your faces. And let me say something to you. I am an equal opportunity critic. I don't care if you're black, you're Latino, you're Arab, you're Bangladesh, if you're blue. When I see it, I'm coming. I'm not against Latinos. I'm not against Bangladesh. I'm not against you, Louis. This is business. The community sits up all night and watch. We want to hear the agenda. And we get back, and this is no offense, and I can be very offensive. Children arguing among themselves and not taking care of city business. I'm tired. I don't have an issue within myself that I make this personal with you guys. Yesterday it might have been Richard Davila. Today it might be you, Council President. However it falls is how I react. But we are tired. We are confused. How do we do city business and you guys can't get along? How long are you going to keep this up? How long do you expect us to accept it and not be critical? And when we criticize you, you guys take it personal. It's not personal with me. It's business. You have business on that side, I have business on this side. And the community deserves a council that is responsible enough to understand that we're in crisis, we're in a situation, and just in closing, that we need to be able to have you guys represent us the correct way and make this city work. Ladies and gentlemen, time has passed. You guys got to get it together. Thank you.
Mr. President, there's no one else for the public portion. May I have entertained a moment? A
Seeing
motion
none, move to close.
Second.
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilman Mendez. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public portion of the workshop session of March 2nd, 2021. Councilwoman Cotton?
Close the public portion, right, Madam
Yes,
Clerk?
ma'am.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davila?
Before I vote, since Mr. Rucker pointed at me and addressed me by my name, I wanted to say it's nice seeing you, Mr. Rucker. You're looking good.
Nice seeing you.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Before I vote, I don't think he's looking good at all. It's not really that attractive. But my vote is yes.
Stop killing yourself, boys.
My vote is yes.
Put your mouth on the top of Council President. I can't. Mouth on the top of Council President.
Could we continue the roll call, Madam
I'm
Clerk?
sorry, Councilman Jackson, I didn't hear your vote. You said yes, thank you. Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Councilman Mims?
Yes.
Councilman Velez?
Before I vote, I know my friend, longtime friend, advisor in the good and the bad, Mr. Ernest Rucker, you really look great without your hat.
That's not going to save me. Go
Okay, so God bless you always, you know. And one thing is, I know my colleagues here, I could speak up by myself, we don't take things personal, you know, and I always take it personal if I have to correct myself. That's when I take it personal. So thank you for your words of unity, and wish everybody that comes to this podium do the same thing. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Mr. President?
So before I vote real quick, I wanted to let the residents know that, you know, it was a big decision to have the meeting here at the chambers. But I also was taking into account, you know, some people that might not want to come here, you know, be around people. So I did ask the administration if there is a way to have like a hybrid system where people could call in and the ones that were here could also address the council. And I was told that we cannot have it both ways. That's what I was told. So I just want to let the public, that although I want to be in the chambers, I didn't want to take away for them to have a chance to engage us and call in. But I did ask that all the workshop, until further notice, will be televised and you know, streamed through YouTube.
Council President?
My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public portion is now closed.
Council President?
Councilman Velez?
Normally, we never did a live workshop. This is going to be a because COVID? Okay, all right, yeah. All right, thank you.
Yeah, I just want the public to remain engaged. I don't want to force someone to come here in order to find out what's going on in the city.
Correct.
So, saying that, we have a member of, let's entertain number 10 and 11 at this time.
Yes, Mr. President, I do believe we have in the audience, I think, Mr. and Mrs. Fraser. They are the owners for Casa Montego for the entertainment and show license renewal and dance hall. And they were sent a communication to attend this meeting.
Council President?
So they could answer questions.
No, I know that's.
Hold on a minute. Are you done, Madam Clerk?
Yes, sir. I am.
Councilwoman Davila.
Well, I was going to address, Madam Clerk, that in our last workshop, I had requested for it to be pulled and that the owner come before us as numerous complaints from constituents in the area. Councilman Kalik has gotten numerous. Linwood, that whole area there, I have been to the establishment myself. I have pictures and so forth. So that is why we requested for the owner to come.
So let me just ask the most important question. Is the owner here? please step to the podium.
Where is he?
That's not who I've spoken to.
This is the owner? That's not the owner.
Sorry. So right now we're entertaining an entertainment show license for 194, 196 Union Avenue for Casa Montego.
That is correct.
Are you the owner?
Yes.
Could you state your name for the record?
Ernest Fraser.
Okay,
And I'm Carlos Fraser, his wife.
Okay, Council President?
So Councilwoman Davila and then Councilman Kalik.
I'm sorry, what did you say your name was?
C-A-R-L-Y-S.
I can't understand the name.
Frazier.
I know the last name is Frazier, I want the first names.
Ernest and Carlos.
Ernest
Yep.
and Coral?
Carlos.
C-A-R-L-Y-S, Mrs.
Carlos.
Fraser.
Okay. All right, so just so you know, this is the first time that I meet you. You are not the individuals that I've spoken to, that I've addressed. So the first thing, I need you to know that, okay? This is the first time we're meeting, am I correct?
That is true. Most
Okay.
of my time is spent nursing.
Okay, the reason why I'm saying that is because the individuals that I've spoken to has not been you. So when we've addressed the issue, the BA, well, she's not here right now. I don't see my police director here. I don't see anyone from the police department, but we have a report that's prepared this is across the board to everyone, all right? There's a renewal of an entertainment or dance hall license. We ask for reports. We want to know the calls to service, okay? We want to know, how many times has the police gone? What's the reasoning? Loud music, whatever the case may be.
That's in your item, Council, and all the calls of service are in the item.
I know that. I know the entire report. I'm addressing the owners that I've never met. These are not the individuals who have said to me that they're the owner. So with that said, I want you to understand why you're here. You're here because there's been so numerous complaints. I get calls at wee hours, 2 o'clock, during this pandemic specifically, when the place was supposed to be closed or a certain amount of people were supposed to be there. That wasn't happening. I would have to call the chief. I would call the director. The quality of life unit would go out there. It was constant. And the reason for that, this is why you're here. I would have wished that that person that you have running the place that says that he is the owner, okay, would be here, because then he would understand and I would be able to address him on how many times, I personally had to get up one time at 2 o'clock in the morning just to go see what it was at the constituents. I have videos to show what I'm talking about. So this is just not something that was made up by a constituent or two constituents. We're talking about an area that, although is in a dead end, I guess they feel that because it's on a dead end, it's okay to do whatever, okay? And so I wanted to put on record, I don't know you, I've never met you, but I wanted you to understand where we are in terms of that, because we will have to take action on this. And, to be very honest, I would love to sit aside with you and even show you the messages of one individual specifically saying they watched the last meeting and they thanked me because of the numerous quality of life issues that they were having, throughout the summer, throughout this pandemic, and even, the year before.
Councilwoman Davila, the comparison to the period of time of activity that you're talking, prior to that establishment was closed. So we're talking about nothing at all to activating business, all right? We have continuously communicated with the police. We have adjusted. We started business at a time, and at 8 o'clock, we go on. This is when the governor says everything had to be outdoors, all right? And we were under the assumption it was 10 o'clock for noise ordinance, but in communication with the police, we decided it was 8 o'clock, not 10 o'clock. But since we have gone to speakers, no more music at 8 o'clock, and we put earphones on. So our neighbors are probably complaining about no noise when there's no business. It was closed. And this is new, because,
No, just so you know, this isn't new. This business has had numerous situations. Councilman Kalik has been the councilman of the second ward. I'm a councilwoman at large. And, prior to that, there was, other situations that are on record, they had to come before us. We had the business in front, the car dealer come before us to say how their cars' windows were broken. This is not about you, the previous. So what I'm trying to say, I'm just mentioning because you say it was closed before. It was closed for a period. I'd say a little over a year before you came on. I'm just saying that, something has to give. And when you say that, you speak specifically about, when the governor said it was okay for outside, as someone who has
only outside.
No,
Only outside.
I know, but I need you to understand something, that as an ABC license holder, okay, who's the ABC license under is one, because I don't think that it's under your name.
It's
Okay.
my husband's.
You realize that you had to apply for an extension of premises. So there was a few things going on, and probably you didn't know that. Through the governor's office, that was part
No,
of.
we have put the extension of premises in whatever. The police department didn't quite understand that they need to go, because of COVID environment, go into the system in order to sign off on their part.
No, I understand that, but I can
The state signed
tell
off
you.
on it long
Okay,
before the
ma'am.
police did.
Okay, ma'am, as I was speaking, but hold on a minute.
So we're not gonna, so let's wait for the council, council members to ask you a question. Or just ask for the floor, just indicate that you want to address, the statement that they made.
So Mrs. Fraser, I understand, this is probably your first time. I'm okay with that, but there is no rebuttal. Like, once we're speaking, and then you're able to speak after I'm done. I'm not questioning what you didn't or didn't do. I'm telling you what I know. Before I go out or I'm listening to somebody, because it could be somebody that doesn't like you, doesn't like your business, so they call in as many times. We've had that, okay? That's not the case. I literally went physically. The police went out there. There's ABC, lieutenants and sergeants, that can automatically say, no, that person did not apply for an extension of premises. And in the beginning, that's what occurred. You could have done it later on, and that's great, all right? You put your things in place. I just need you to understand that if we move forward with this, okay, right now, Council President and I were in discussion, and we're bringing something forth where there's illegal businesses. You have a legal business, but there's illegal businesses, and we're ready to say, if you're a legal business and you're doing X, Y, and Z, you're gonna have a first chance, a second, and then, what's gotta give? It's important that, yes, we work with our businesses, right? Respect our businesses. At the end of the day, you're paying taxes, you're employing people, great, but also the constituents. So there has to be a balance, and this is why you're here today. Thank you very much, Council President.
So council members, we have an entertainment license before us. Let's ask the questions to try to see if we want to move this or not for a vote, because we all want to speak on it, but we want to get something out of this discussion. We could tell you, I could speak all day about businesses in general, like certain businesses,
Right.
but let's just ask the prudent questions to try to see if we're going to move this or not. So we're going to go in this order. We're going to go Councilman Kalik, he's the councilman in that ward. Then you have Councilman Jackson, you have Councilman Velez, and then you have Councilman Mendez. So let's just try to keep it brief, and let's stick to the matter at hand.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank
I
you.
want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Fraser for being here. Only reason we called you to come here, we want to have a good neighbor, good business in the second one. What I see is during the COVID, there are at least 14 calls went to City of Paterson Police Department because of noises. Because they put the speaker outside, I believe, till like 3 o'clock in the morning. And I received a lot of phone calls too. We just want to have a compromise somewhere that our neighbor doesn't complain, and you comply with the rules and regulation of running a business. That's all. That's the only reason you're here. We want to have a business-minded people in City of Paterson doing business. And even during COVID last year, I see the call list, 14 calls. went in, and a lot of them were on call too. Some people didn't bother to call because police doesn't show up. So I think you need to talk to the person who run your place. I know you guys are never there. A young gentleman who's usually there running their place. So I think you need to have a conversation with him before we vote next week. Maybe I could arrange a meeting with the neighbors around there and speak to them and have an understanding of how we could satisfy the neighbors. I mean, how, neighbor could be happy too. That's the only statement I'm gonna make, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you. How long have you guys been owners of the establishment?
I'm in the business like from 1989.
Could you get closer to the mic, please?
How long have you owned this business?
Oh, this business, going on to 4 years now.
4 years?
Mm-hmm.
4 years. And do you guys reside in the city?
No.
You live in Paterson?
Yes, we do.
You live in Paterson. Do you live in that area, in that neighborhood?
Well,
33 Elberon.
Lakeview and Auburn.
We lived at 33 Elberon until last month.
Well, they live in that area. I'm just curious. So, the only concern I have, do you guys actually run the business, or do you have a full-time manager on staff? Is it someone else running the place? Because, I mean, obviously, they're representing, you guys as the owners, so whatever's taking place is more or less a reflection on you, but we want to make sure that we're being fair to the establishment as well, to you guys as the owners, actually.
Yeah, we're the owners, and we have been in the city since 1989. We were downtown Paterson before. It's just under 4 years that we've moved to this location. Business has not been great since COVID. So yes, we did try out somebody to do whatever they're doing to help the business survive.
Understood. I'm in the same business, so I definitely understand. What was your the previous establishment? What was the name of it?
14 West Broadway, and then we moved across the street to 21 West Broadway. And I think we've only had to be in front of this council for once in those, 30-odd years.
30 years? So you
we-
owned another establishment for 30-plus years?
Same establishment, place to place
Just
moves.
different location?
Yeah.
Understood. All right, thank you.
Council President, right? It's me?
We do continue in the order.
Thank you.
Councilman Velez, then Councilman Mendez, and then Councilwoman Cotton.
Madam and gentlemen, thank you for being here. The sad part is that you move out of Paterson. You should stay here, though.
We're not far.
According to your address, you say you moved to, according to your application.
That is our primary residence. We've had 2 apartments now 33 Elberon and.
Oh, no, sorry, you have a P.O. Box in Lakewood, New Jersey. Okay.
Councilman?
I'm sorry.
Councilman, can I just ask, that way I don't have to take time later? It says there to list the residents. How come we accepting P.O. Box?
That's why, yeah, that's why
I just want to throw that in there.
questioning,
You
yeah.
can continue. I just want to put that
Yeah,
on the
that's why
record.
I'm questioning, because,
So when the license was inactive, we were inactive for a period of 8 to 9 years about. We did not have a place for the license, and so it went to Lakewood. All right, now when we moved back to Paterson to reactivate this business, we were utilizing a post office box, and that's why you have a post office box in Lakewood.
also a 732 number from South Jersey, correct? All right, that's good, it's understandable.
We've had a permanent residence in Lakewood for 40-odd years.
So you came back to Paterson? Okay, welcome back again. Ma'am, you know, and I know that probably, as Councilman stated, and the Councilwoman Marissa stated, I have received also videos and pictures of activities that going on from the canopies, you know, in the back, you know, enclosed section, a tank of gas inside it's a fire code violations. But are you aware on October 17, 16, this place was issued 5 ABC violations and 2 summonses for not having entertainment license and pool table license? Are you aware of that as an owner?
Yes, and we have done no business since that day. We have set in the progress of trying to correct those.
So based on that October, I'm looking at the call of service made in, you know, the whole list of call of service. I got 13. I got way before it was open, closed, and when it got open again. And more likely, the 13 or 14 that I see is from that October, okay? And from on and on and on from that point, from up to probably last week. So, you know, I understand that it was closed. I understand that, and you know, we regret it was closed because you had to still pay taxes, okay?
And rent.
But the problem that we have in this here is that if you're not in managing on only just having the name and the license and having the name and the property, and you're not managing your business, anybody that you keep there probably is not going to tell you everything that's going on. All right? Now, hold on. What the intention is trying to make sure that you are aware of what's going on, even that you're not there. Okay? Because these are serious allegations. When I see narcotics operations, and when I see quality of life situation going inside the property, it is a ticking bomb. It's a ticking bomb. And the problem is that it's a domino effect, because when people get moved from there with the beef or the problem or whatever, sometimes they end in the middle of the city, or they end in another place and nobody see that they coming from there or whatever. So there have to be a point that, or you have to tell them, you know, be strict to them and make sure that, you know, the residents in the area receive the best of the best as a good neighbors that they are.
Thank you, Councilman.
And one last question, and I have this to the BA. I see Mr. Gilmore here, but I always have this question when I see COs. The CO says bar, restaurant, and restaurant. Bar and restaurant. I know, but when it comes up to a club, it's supposed to be also a capacity, limit capacity stated how many people could be there or whatever in the CO. If I don't know if they could answer that. I've seen it before in other COs. So, you know.
So council members, this is what I was saving before I ran for office, right? We got to keep the same line of questioning for everybody, right? Those type of questions, and I don't mean any disrespect, but we're looking at a sink here in these meetings because we just would like to hear ourselves talk. Let's ask the relevant questions. If we have concerns that we know of this business, let them know what the concern are. Let them know that if they don't change their ways, if there is something wrong with the establishment, if they don't change their way, and we proceed and approve this, let them know that we might take action in the future even to rescind it. And that's it, but we're not getting any benefit from this discussion at all.
Council President.
Can I have
Yes, please.
clarification?
Thank you, Council President. Good evening to the owner. I'll be brief, but I've been looking at the list of complaints that you have, the call for service. You have 96 in total. Do you have the whole list of complaints with you? You have it available to you? So if you don't have it, this is my recommendation. So if you don't have the list, this is my recommendation as a new owner, as the owner of this establishment, because I'll be voting on the next meeting on your license. So as a business owner that I've been for the last 12 years, so the first thing that we have to analyze is that we have to admit that there's a problem in this establishment having 96 call for service. So my recommendation to you is to meet with your manager, the person that is running the business, because obviously you're not in front of the business, and that could be part of the problem. And check all the call for service. You have assault, noise complaint, gang, all kind of call for service violation here. So get the list, meet with your manager, and bring a plan in front of this council, especially to this governing body. Let them know, listen, how we are going to address each area, and that will definitely help me to make my decision, because, as a business owner, you're legit, you pay taxes here, you apply from the legal way, but this is the biggest problem that we have. So this is my recommendation to you. Bring a plan on how you're going to address all those calls for service to start being a good neighbor. Thank you, Council President.
So council members, we have to have something in place here, because there is something that doesn't make sense to me. If every year we have to approve an entertainment license, why is it that we have to get a report? We already approved, for example, if we already approved one last year, and let's say in 2019 they had 100 calls, why is it that we have to get a report that goes back like several years? No, but what I'm saying is, what's the purpose of that report? For example, you were closed the whole year, let's just say, or let's just say you were open. We got to start counting from the time your last entertainment license was issued.
Council President, and that's the way it should be.
I know it should be, but we keep saying it should be, but we continue to get the same reports. It's like we're against businesses or whoever, not us, but
No,
whoever.
Council President, I can tell you, I've been the one to
Okay,
request.
Councilwoman, please,
Council
you don't,
President.
hold on, we don't submit the reports. I'm talking about the reports that are being submitted to us. I work with numbers all the time. You can play with numbers. All I'm saying is, give me something that's pertinent to this time period that you're requesting, that since the last time that we approve a license.
So, Council President, I'm sorry, so would you like, because then they would be at a disadvantage, because just from what I'm hearing here, I have never spoken to these two individuals. The people that I've spoken to that told me he was the owner, okay, is the person that I've had issues with, that I've had to gone out there at 2 o'clock in the morning. So you mean to tell me I should bring the constituents and bring all those videos and then put it up there? How are they gonna look? Because they know nothing about it. And I'm talking about within the last year.
Councilwoman, everyone that has a business, it is their responsibility to know what is going on in their business. It's not our responsibility to let them know. Now, when they come before us, yes, we let them know. But it have to be those calls from the last time that their business.
I'm telling you, the calls were within these last months.
I'll give you the floor if you want, but don't interrupt me, please.
Okay.
All I'm saying is, we have to have a system in place, because I should not be judged based on something that happened that we already discussed in the past. Those calls were discussed already in the past.
Council
That's not
President.
necessarily true.
So I just want to leave it, listen, I don't want to continue the discussion, but just, I want to ask the administration that whenever you submit a list of calls, please submit a list after the last license that was approved. Now, if a council member wants to go back further, they could request that on their own, but I think the calls that are relevant is the ones that are made after the last license, please.
Council President,
Council
May.
President. I'm next.
Councilwoman Khan.
Good evening. I can understand and I can see, because I'm looking at this report here, and it goes all the way back to 2008. You've been over there since what year? Since what year did you bought that business? 2017? 2017. And I hate to say it, but you can clearly see that you, husband and wife, have no idea what's going on in that business. And that's not, I'm not to say, but it seems like she may know more about it than you two. But I had the same issue with one of my businesses, and I represent the 4th Ward. And what we did was we brought the community together with the business owner and came up with some type of solution of how we can work together. Because what I find is that, I don't know how long that business been there, but you've been there since 2017. That's when you purchased it. So it's been there before that, because I see calls on here from 2008, which we have nothing, has nothing to do with you two. But I would clearly do my best to work with the councilman who's in the 2nd Ward over there. Councilman Kalik, Councilwoman at Large, Marissa Davila, we're not here to put people out of business. I know how hard it is to be in with COVID, and you can't, the government shuts you down, you can't do this, you can't do that. And so I find that the community and the business have to do their best to work together to work out something, you know, because you need to stay in business. So I think that if you can work with them clearly and put something together, work with the people in the community, it really can work out. It really can. Thank you, Council President.
So far, we're doing, changing how we're doing business. First of all, the person who used to run it for me, I tell him he can't do it no more. So almost 4 months now, the business is like closed up. But we know we're going to work it out, because we don't want the neighbor get upset.
Right.
So first thing I get rid of that guy, told him give him my key, and that's it. So we are on our own.
Council President.
And you know what, I understand, because you can get some people out there that are so ruly, and they think they own the business. And you know, it's hard unless you got a bouncer that's 300 pounds that could throw somebody out who jumps on you like that. But I can understand what you're saying. I do kind of understand, because you see it, and I see it too sometimes. And I know working with the community, the residents in the area, you find that you'll be able to work out something.
Can I just
Council
say?
President.
Hold on a minute.
President?
Councilman Kalik,
All right, thank you.
just wrap it up.
We'll wrap it up now. Mr. Fraser, I'm gonna give you my number, okay? Just give me a call tomorrow or day after tomorrow. I'll arrange a meeting with the residents in that section. It's a small little section, you know, like 4 or 5 houses, probably. And we'll resolve the issue and we'll go move forward.
Yes.
That's all. I mean, we don't need long
That's it.
discussion over it.
Yes.
And I think you should put on a regular, on the
Yes.
next
Regular.
meeting agenda, please.
Yes.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman,
Just quick.
Councilwoman, do you want to just say the last,
Yeah,
so we could just move it along?
quickly. So, thank you, Councilman Kalik. I know you're the councilman of that ward. First of all, let me commend you, because I know during this pandemic, it's hard to keep a business afloat. So, just based on hearing you, I know you were trying some creative ways. So, Councilman Kalik, along with Councilwoman Davila, as a councilwoman at large, I would love to come and be a part of that meeting with the community, just to make sure that we can become partners with you in the community, to make sure that your business is growing, but also to make sure that you know that you have our support, and to make sure you stay in compliance. So we want to work with you. I'm glad Council President has already said we're moving it forward to regular. But once you reach out to Councilman Kalik tomorrow, then we'll be in the meeting to come and sit down with you, just so that we can continue to work together. Okay? Thank
I
you.
appreciate
thank you.
that.
Councilwoman Davila.
So I just quickly, and you know, this is my experience as a councilwoman at large, and just so you know, just until maybe 2-3 weeks ago, I lived 2 blocks away. All right, so when I tell you this, that I witnessed it myself, weeks after weeks during pandemic, okay, phone calls. So this is why I personally got up and went myself. But just so you know, one experience to all my colleagues, I get a call. I get the copies of the rings, videos, okay? I go myself. There was a bouncer, you know, all looked like he was a cop because he was all, you know, geared up. Was not one of our constables, just someone that I guess they hired. And as I'm approaching the place, like I got out of my car, I'm approaching the place, I see the gentleman, you know, whatever, with a walkie-talkie, whatever it was, calls out, the person who says he's the owner, which is not you two, this is what I put on record, I've never spoken to you, I don't know who you are, right? Says, oh, I'm the owner, oh, Councilwoman Davila, he knew my name, knew who I was, and I had never met him. So these are the things that I'm saying. So they put people to watch out. They know that they're doing. They have the people out there. And all I'm saying is, listen, I'm not here like my colleagues are saying. You know, I'm a pro-business person. But I'm going to tell you, before pro-business, I'm a people person, right? I represent an entire city. And when we get phone calls, and I can't be a hypocrite and say I'm about quality of life on one side, and then on the other, You know, I'm like, oh, but that's okay. You know what? Oh, well, you didn't know. No, Council President said it best. It's your business. You're responsible for whatever happens is there. You are the ABC license holder, so it is your responsibility, not the person that you manage. So I just wanted to just put that
Council
on
President.
record. And
So-
I just want to say thank you for coming before here, so at least you can hear, you know, what it is, you know, that's going on and why we asked you to come in.
Hold on a minute, Councilman Jackson. Before Councilman Jackson goes, Madam Clerk, just inform the ABC secretary, whoever requests a report from the police, the calls, that please, going forward, and this is a conversation we already had before, going forward, we only want to see calls since the last time we approved the entertainment license.
I do have it in the request.
Thank
sir.
you very much.
I
Councilman
have it
Jackson.
written down. Thank you.
So, as the only person here who owns an ABC license,
He's talking. He's talking.
I understand.
You interrupt him. No, let him speak.
well, the only reason I'm pausing was because Council President made a suggestion that I completely disagree with. First and foremost, the reason for the reports is so that we can look at the trends. And these seats are interchangeable. So 1 year, a new council person may get here and not know what the track record or history was. For example, this couple has been business owners in the city for 30-plus years. Now, I have one last question for you. When you guys took the new location, did you move the license that you had, which was a pocket license? Did you reactivate the license and bring it to that establishment? Because that location had a license there before. I'm talking about your ABC license.
Okay, and so that may be part of the problem. Our pocket license at the time was not eligible because of the distance.
Okay.
So what we did was we purchased that license that was
Okay.
there in order to open the establishment.
So you purchased the license, so you took on whatever the history and track record was of that license. So it is necessary to have the track record there because the council, one, the biggest issue is currently the council's sitting in a position where we're trying to work as an enforcement agency, which we should not work as. This council does not have a level of enforcement. We should not be holding your license in hostage for reasoning that there's other enforcement issues that are there. If you're not in compliance of the noise ordinance and things of that nature, that's the responsibility of the administration. But oftentimes, this council, because we hear the concerns of the community, we act on behalf of the community and trying to be responsible against certain things like entertainment license. You already go through these proceedings with the ABC, so they are relevant. The past practices and track record of your establishment, it is relevant because when you have, I mean, just as if in this case, the track record may not have been as well unblemished as your previous one. But we have to understand and learn the track record of the establishments that are before us. So it's relevant. Council members are going to vote based on the years previous because in the past, if we have licenses that have had habitually violated, or if this is a one-year trend, it is definitely relevant, Council President, and I don't think
So-
it should be excluded from the reporting.
That- so-
Because we can't make a concise decision on, you know, this is someone's livelihood. Not only is it their current livelihood, but they spent money, as they just pointed out, to buy a license. And it would be irresponsible for us not to, you know, vote on what their history is and not just making a snap judgment on what's being presented.
Thank you, Councilman. So on that note, Madam Clerk, we have one council member here that had 196 calls, but they're reading dates going back to like 2008, which is not part of, you know, the time that they own the business. But to his point, you could actually analyze information to see if the new owners, since the last time the license was approved, the entertainment license, to see if they have made any changes. So I'm gonna amend my suggestion. It's just a push of a button, right? I want one report that shows the number of calls since the last time we approved the last license, And then the other report could be ran as far back as they want. How about that? So let's continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, may I say something?
Yes.
Is there any way of doing the duality? Like our pocket license right now is our clean record for 30 odd years. How do you look at that? And
So, but we're not judging here your license at all. All we're doing is voting on an entertainment license in order for you to have a DJ and entertainment in your place. We're not the ABC board. This doesn't put a blemish. It's just an evaluation that we use to see if we're going to allow an entertainment license or not.
an evaluation that comes to a conclusion still doesn't have all the evidence?
It does not. It doesn't have nothing to do with your license. It's basically we're approving here an entertainment license. Doesn't take any value away from your So we leave it at we're not going to say anything else on the topic. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming before us. So those two put on regular.
Regular? Okay.
Number 7.
Are they required to come back next week or they're not?
No, they were already answer all our questions.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we can continue, Mr. President.
Madam Clerk, we have, there's a method to my madness today. I'm trying to get as many people away from, people that have business here, try to get them away from the chambers. So let's try to do number.
Who's there, public?
Number 7, Council President?
Have public.
Hold on a minute.
Health and Human Service.
Madam B.A., what number is it on the agenda?
Number 30?
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
Let's take number 30 right now.
Okay.
Anyone here for number 30, Council President?
Yes.
Oh, that's the guy.
Madam Clerk, number 30.
Yes, sir. Number 30 is a resolution authorizing a grant agreement with the mayors for guaranteed income.
So, council members, do we have any questions on
30.
this?
30.
Could,
3-0.
Councilman Kalik.
I know we had a discussion in the Finance Committee. I joined in late. But my question is, I have been receiving phone calls from constituents already. The city giving out guaranteed income money. How many are we giving out? That's one question. How many families? Second one is, who is actually in charge? I want a clarification because the residents think the council members are in charge. And I know you have very limited number of families they could give out. And we don't want to get blamed for it. Who is responsible? What's the criteria of choosing these families? I just need an explanation on that.
Thank you, Councilman, and I'm going to introduce our Chief Data Officer, Harsha Malajasula, who has been working with us for the past year and a half. This is out of all, he has many projects, but he's been our point person on this, and he can answer those questions.
Thank you, Councilman. So the guaranteed income pilot, we will be giving guaranteed income money to 110 participants or 110 families, $400 a month for 12 months. The program will be run by the administration, the mayor's office. So we are the ones who will be the point person with communications. If I forgot to answer the eligibility criteria. Yes. So we have 3 criteria. They have to be a Paterson resident. They have to be 18 years or older, and we have income-based criteria. For families, the income limit is $88,000 a year. And if they're a single applicant, it's $30,000 a year.
And Harsha, can you tell us a little bit about the Center for Guaranteed Income and how the application process will go?
Yes. So we are working with Mayors for Guaranteed Income and the Center for Guaranteed Income at the University of Pennsylvania. there are lead researchers who are helping evaluate guaranteed income pilots across 40 cities in the United States. We'll be using a standardized application. The application will be run from the Center of Guaranteed Income at the University of Pennsylvania. They are the ones who will have visibility to the applicants, and they will be the ones who will be drawing a lottery of 110 participants from the application pool.
So it's a pure lottery system, and the council is not choosing, the mayor's
right,
not choosing?
I understand, but with the criteria, I know thousands of families will be eligible to get this money.
Absolutely.
How will you choose 110?
It's actually like an algorithm. It's a
It's a lottery-based algorithm. So they'll be randomly selecting 110 participants from the pool.
Is it by lottery or?
Yeah, it is lottery. Yes.
So okay.
Yeah.
So we need to get that word out there.
Yeah. And I think that the communication, there was some confusion about with the council. It was mostly that the applications can't go live until we have the agreement signed and all of that processed, and that's why it'll be later in the month of March after the council takes action.
Also, Madam B, I know you will have many press conferences about it. Make sure the word is out there. It's a lottery, and it is administered by the mayor's office.
Exactly. It's not through that lottery. Perfect.
Thank you.
Council President.
Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. You know, I'm reading this resolution here. It says grant agreement. This is an agreement, but we haven't received a resolution accepting the donation from this company or for the individual. And that's supposed to go first and then, accepting first and then,
So Councilman, as the resolution describes, the way that it's actually going to happen, and this is something similar, both us and the city of Newark are doing it the same way, that the funding is going to go to the Community Foundation of New Jersey, and that's how the funds will be dispersed through. So we're not getting into the issue of having vendors and payroll, for the 110 families. So it's the same thing, that we're doing it in Newark. So while it is technically it's a grant agreement because it's really an MOU, there are two agreements connected that are back up as part of this resolution. One is a tri-party agreement between mayors of Guaranteed Income, City of Paterson, Community Foundation of New Jersey, and it spells out how the relationship works. The other one is for us setting up a special projects fund at the Community Foundation where the donation will be given.
Correct.
So this is similar to what we did for the FEC, for the Financial Empowerment Center.
So now, we don't want to miscommunicate things and mislead people, but I received about an hour ago News 12 saying that 100 Paterson residents will be eligible. 100. It's not saying thousands. Can I have it here? Say the 100 Paterson residents will be eligible to receive 400 in supplemental income through the lottery system. Now.
It's actually 110.
So, no, but I'm saying what News 12 is saying.
Right, no, I'm just making sure on the record it's
this is not News 12. This is 77, and a lot of people is not tuning in. But News 12 is News 12. Everybody could have seen News 12. Oh, wow.
Well, then people will be excited that there's 10 more families.
I'm not going to blame whoever typo to the reporter. But we in election season, okay? Why this administration is not wise enough to have the Department of Social Services or whoever, Human Services, or any department to be in front of it instead of the mayor's office. You understand what I'm saying? We don't want to send a wrong message. We are in election season, okay? And this could be drawn different ways. And it could be used as political gain. Now, you can answer that.
Councilman, the one thing this organization that is funding everything is called Mayors for Guaranteed Income, and part of it is that they require the mayors to be active and fully engaged in the program. And so similar to how the Bloomberg sessions have mayors lead on certain issues, that's what opened us up to the possibility of this money. This is $500,000 that's not coming from us from the city budget.
I
It's
understand
pure
that,
grant money,
but-
and it
but-
has to be driven
But
this way.
having somebody, an umbrella beside the office of the mayor, you know, managing and moving the situation, the mayor's still gonna be involved, but it will be more beneficial sending a positive message through it, having a division of the city moving, especially when they know directly who are the people affected more than the others, you know what I'm saying? So this is a lottery, process lottery. We don't have control of the computer when it comes up to picking up names or whatever. But, you know, the process is not, I don't know, it happens when it goes to our countries. You know, they do a lottery and they have certified individual looking at the lottery and
Right.
putting out the numbers, so.
Well, part of this is, and that's why they wanted to have an academic researcher in charge of the lottery systems for all the different cities that they're giving money to, so that it's, you know, that they're studying. The goal ultimately is to have the federal government fund guaranteed income programs in cities across the country, so it's not just 110 families, it might be more. And they're going to be able to prove that with data, and they're going to collect it from cities like us that are participating, and that's why University of Pennsylvania is really actively involved in this. Harsh is serving as a point person, connecting all the dots. Mayors for Guaranteed Income, he's on the phone running calls, so he's working with NORC, we're, you know, working with the state of New Jersey. So it's not necessarily the service part that is going to be, you know, actively engaging in like social workers, it's more the logistics and management of it. For some clarification.
All right, thank you, Council President.
Councilman Abdulaziz?
Thank you, Council President. So I don't care if it's the mayor, the custodian, the DPW worker, the council. We're getting $500,000 to distribute to the families. 110, if it's one family of $400 a month, let's get it. People need it, especially during the pandemic. There's two questions in this MOU. So any of my council colleagues, if you guys want to distribute some income, if we have a council, if there's a national council thing, let us get there because the residents need it. Let's figure out a way. Let's move this along. But there's two things on this MOU that I want to ask. It does say the Office of Mayor Say will appoint a research fellow. I'm assuming that's you, right?
So there is a research fellow that will be sponsored by the Center for Guaranteed Income. They'll be paying a $20,000 stipend. So
we're not paid. That's not a new employee that's being paid from us?
no.
All right. And my second one, we say it's a lottery on the MOU on page 11. I think it's on this page. Just bear with me 1 second, Council President, because there is a selection process outlined in the MOU. And now I can't find it because I was on the other page.
Can I ask a question while you look for that?
Yes,
Councilman?
please.
So, Madam BA, so, what is your name again?
Harsha?
Harsha, what department you actually work for?
So I am technically an employee of the community college PCCC, but
And your salary comes 100% from where?
Top Foundation,
Yeah, I'm sure, I just want you to say it.
the mayor's
Okay,
office.
so he's working now. He's supposed to be working on that program 100%, correct?
No. Harsh is our chief data officer, so all the, like the COVID dashboard, all of that stuff he's been
Got it.
working on.
Got
This is actually something that he really personally is passionate about, so ended up helping us spearhead it.
Understood. So I couldn't understand what he said. Someone's getting paid $30,000
20.
stipend to do this. Who?
Yeah, that's someone who hasn't been hired. That's someone through the Center for Guaranteed Income, a grad student at the University of Pennsylvania who's going to be a research fellow, or maybe not, if you want to jump in and clarify.
Yeah, so there will be a point person from the university who will be responsible for.
That's fine. I don't need to find detail.
Yeah, that's the research assistant.
So last thing before Councilman Abdulaziz goes again. I understand the point that my colleagues made regarding, we don't want things to be politicized, right? We had this conversation in finance also. We had some concerns, we didn't want the mayor or any council member trying to politicize this whole thing. You know what? The mayor gets credit, and he is the mayor. He will get credit for anything that goes well in the city, and anything that goes wrong, he should take credit also. So all we're saying is, the mayor's office doesn't handle any other grant in the city. Am I correct?
No, because the vision plan, the parks plan is sort of through the mayor's office.
Okay, but they don't handle any programs. The mayor's office don't have people that handle programs like grants and things of that nature. I'm sure they have
Usually, yeah.
functions.
Right.
So I understand the validity from some of my council colleagues that it is his program. Listen, he brought it in, he's gonna get credit from it. But he doesn't have to come out of the mayor's office, is what some of them are saying.
Well, it's
We
really
all-
out of
we
the
all-
innovation team, and, they report, to the mayor's office, but it's
Listen,
not like, people in the mayor's office working
But again,
on
I'm
it.
not making a big deal out of it. All I'm saying is I understand where they're coming from. That's all I'm saying. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Thank you, Council President, and I found the sampling I just hope that we look at the positive in something like this. Like I said, it could come out of the chief custodian's office, as long as the checks get to the families, right? It is called the Mayor's for Guaranteed Income. It's a mayor's program. So we didn't have this in the city, and now it's here. It's a $500,000 that's not coming out of the budget, that's gonna greatly impact 100 families. Now, I don't know who's gonna choose those families, but it does say here, you guys say it's a lottery. On the MOU, it states recruitment. The CGIR will provide Paterson with a list of 154 individuals, and the city will be responsible for enrolling the participants. So the people that are picked, so 154, they tell us out of that who to get from 110. So they're picking the 154, correct?
Yeah, so they're picking both a control group and a treatment group. So the treatment group will be 110. It'll be a randomized controlled trial. So they will be picking these people up through a lottery system.
All right.
So, yeah,
good.
so they're gonna pick 154, and there are gonna be some people who don't participate in the program, but we're actually gonna have them try to come to meetings and have conversations about their spending, be incentivized with gift cards to attend meetings. So, to try to have a group that you can compare how do the people with the money spend
without
compared to just other Patersonians
And to
spend.
close, so we have an Ivy League institution that's coming in here, the best of the best. I think many of us know the University of Pennsylvania. It's coming in here. This is a study. As I'm looking, it is a study. This program is a study because they're going to study the families that are on it. It's a research study. So I just want to make the people, there is some strings attached that they are going to see if if money to families, and take that data from the city of Paterson and probably use it for lobbying in Washington to see, hey, look, in these cities, we've seen that families did better, less crime, they're doing a better education, whatever it is, right? I'm sure that's what they're gonna look at. At the end of the day, I just hope we get this money out to them. If there's any other programs or initiatives like this, as you can see how popular the stimulus checks are, this is $400 monthly stimulus check for the year. Thank you.
Council
Well,
President?
let's let Councilwoman speak, and then Councilman Kalik. Let's try to, move this
Council
along.
President, I've been trying
So-
to get your attention.
You got it now, so you're gonna go, she asked me a long time ago, so you go after,
You gotta try harder.
you go after Councilman, I guess, Kalik. You go after Councilman Kalik. Go
I
ahead.
gotta knock this thing
So,
down.
let me just make, some clarity. So, I just want to put it on record that, this came before us in our Finance Committee, and, I just questioned who would be on the advisory council. I also questioned the transparency and the fair and equitable process. I didn't really make any judgment against who or what. We just needed the details. Here's a couple questions I have. When you look at the flyer could be a little misleading, right, which we talked about. If someone makes a request, it says the applications are available March. It doesn't give an exact date as to when, right? And we know that it comes to the council tonight for workshop, and then if it's decided, it goes to the next for vote. The residents are not familiar with that process. So I'm asking, I said it in the committee, so I'm gonna put it again to the public. There should be some level of explanation, whether it is a social media blitz, whether there's something on the access channel that explains the process, that if upon approval from the council, after March 9th, there will be applications, or there will be a portal, or this is the website, or the link, whatever that looks like, so that people have clarity. There's also a phone number that's on the flyer. There's a number, 973-531-7301. I'm not sure whose number that is. Is that an actual person answering the phone? Is it an automatic voicemail? Who's responding to these telephone calls?
So it is a Google Voice number that is set up to Dazzle Tilo's account, city phone account. So we are getting text messages and we are curating the text messages and answering all of those questions during the town halls.
So if someone needed to physically talk to someone, because this is a text, right? If someone wanted to call, who do they call? Do they call the mayor's office? What number are they calling to get answers directly?
So they can call the mayor's office, they can call like the line that Shirley answers to, and then we'll ask Shirley to transfer them to either myself or Dazzle at the mayor's office.
Okay, so to the public that is watching, because this was a concern that was voiced today on social media, and based on the flyer, I wanted to educate the public on what the process looks like. So based on this guaranteed income mayor's initiative, from Bloomberg and other mayors that are doing it, I think it's a great initiative where in the time of the pandemic that families are definitely in need. But I wanted to make sure that the public was aware of what the process was. That is from the mayor's office, is not the council, but the council has the legislative piece for the vote to pass it, right? Where the money's not coming out of the budget or anything like that. It's money that's philanthropic, correct?
Yes.
Right, so to the public, when, with this process, if this goes tonight and is approved to go to vote next week, if it passes on March the 9th, at that point, there should be some level, Madam BA, some level of access channel, press release, whatever that looks like, to the public to say, it was approved, this is the link, this is the portal, and here's the address, whatever that looks like, so the community is well aware of how they are to apply, so that they don't have, missteps, right? It's a great thing, so I don't want people to think it's amazing, but I just want the community to get some clear communication so that they don't miss an opportunity to get $400 a month for 12 months.
Understood.
Right? Thank you so much.
That's 500.
Thank you, good. Councilman Kalik.
Well, thank you. If you look at page number 12, if you look at page number 12, it clearly states that the city of Paterson will provide $500 for 12 months for 7 individuals. And what I'm hearing is 400 for 110.
She just explained.
Yeah, I'm sorry, if this is, is it the MOU? I think it's because this is an old MOU that we had included for the last few weeks. We'll make sure that you have an updated one for this version. Part of the research study, they came back to us and said, we really need to have a minimum of 110 families to be able to have consistent research across cities. So instead of 70 families at 500, we're now doing 110 at 400.
Okay.
And all of this, and we're not doing like a program manager, it's just a research assistant from UPenn.
From UPenn, correct? By the way, Councilman, my niece, Abdulaziz, she attend there.
Council
I
President.
was gonna say the School of Business, but I
Yes,
don't want
she
I
is
don't
there.
want to put I know she's there. She's doing a great job from your Facebook post.
Thank you,
I see.
council members. Councilman Mendes.
Sure, and it's just a quick question in relate to the flyer. I know this flyer has been around for like maybe over 2-3 weeks circulating, and as Councilwoman Means, myself, I've been getting a lot of calls on how to apply. And there's a number here. Have you received, are you compiling data information of the people that are applying already?
So the applications are not live yet. So this flyer was for our town halls. The application will go live once the city council approves the resolution.
Okay, but
Yeah.
the question is, are you compiling data? What are you doing with people that are sending text information to this number?
Yeah, so that is all stored because it's a Google Voice number. All of that is stored in a
So
Gmail account.
since you have that on the storage, my next question is, once we approve it, is when people they're going to start filling out an application. All the information that you have on that data, that's not going to count. Is that correct or not?
So the application is not going to live on the Google system. So
I'm sorry.
I'm a little confused. I did not understand your question.
Yes, there'll be
So
two separate processes.
let me repeat the question. Let me be specifically clear. This flyer has been around for, I will say, maybe close to a month, if I'm not mistaken. I'm getting a lot of phone calls on how to apply, but you have a number that people that could send text and send in the information. I know you have that dated, that information, you have it, storage in any way or form that you might need it in the future. The question that I have is, once we approve this, is when people are going to start filling up the application. You're not gonna include the people that already fill it up or send information on this flyer, on the data that you have.
No, so we won't be pulling any data that we've gotten. So far we've only gotten questions about the program. That is what the phone number is for. People are asking us questions about what is this program. Like they wanted to learn a little bit more about what guaranteed income means. But the application, when it goes live, it is going to be on the city's website. And that is where people will go to apply to the program.
Sure, and I want Madam BA to, Madam BA, if you could just add and just specify what we will say.
Right, and the application is different. It's separate from that number that was used for these town halls. And we're gonna have an all-out blitz, and we welcome your help in making sure that this goes far and wide. Before the town halls, we actually had some community forums too, where we engaged a lot of community groups so that they know, and they're gonna help us get the word out. And we're also, in one organization in particular, I believe Reentry, is helping us as a site where people can go if they don't have access to the internet or access to a computer or a phone that has the internet, where they can go and use their computers to also apply. So we want to get the word out. We will do so. We'll have flyers for all of you that have the website link for the application once it's live.
All the applications are going to be online, correct?
Everything is online, right?
Nothing in paper?
Nothing in paper, yeah.
Thank you.
So Hersha, I have a question. He just stated that people are calling. Are you going to reach back, call those people and let them know, or text them that the applications are now available? Or have you answered any of those calls?
If they didn't capture the info, no.
Have you?
If they didn't capture the info.
So people are calling. You put a flyer. The responsible thing to do is to pick up and answer any questions they have. My question is, you mentioned that, yes, we have the information because it's a Google number. I didn't like that answer at all. What are we doing with the calls and the text messages that are going in? Are they actually communicating with someone?
Yes. So like when we get the text messages, like with questions, we've curated them and we've asked people to join the town halls, and we've answered all of those questions that we get in the town halls. And the town halls are like available on YouTube for people to like go and watch them again.
All right, thank you. Let's just move this to regular.
Right, so Council President, I've been trying to speak.
Before we move it, Councilwoman Davila has the floor.
Yes, because, what I'm hearing is, you said we curated it, right? That's the word you used? Okay. It is obvious to me, just from what I've heard today, that the reality is that all those calls that you've gotten, Councilwoman Mims, all the calls that you've gotten, Councilman Mendez, myself and others, because I believe we all have received messages, phone calls about this. The reality is that they really have not captured all that information. Those people are not gonna get called back. They're gonna send out a message, it's gonna be a blast, the application is open, and the first 110, well, actually, I wouldn't even say that. I'm trying to understand what the process is. When do you open it? When do you cut it? Okay, so are you doing the first 110, or are you saying as many for how many hours? And then when you do that and you cut off the application online, then when are you doing and picking from that lottery? And then is it going to be something transparent in terms of it's going to be open? Is it going to be by numbers? What is the process? So if you've already been working on this and the flyer has been out there for a month, I would think that you have all this information already ready to go.
So the application, we are working with the University of Pennsylvania to figure out how long should we open the application. I think we're thinking 2 weeks now. So we will once the application goes live, we'll say this is the date the application is going to go live. This is the date the application is going to close. So you have this window to apply. It's not going to be first in, first come. Once the application closes, the researchers at the University of Pennsylvania, they'll do a lottery based and draw 110 families. So we're not going to say you just have to turn everything within a few hours.
So wait a minute, so that lottery is being done through the University of what?
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yes.
The Center for Guaranteed Income at UPenn.
Okay. Council President, thank you.
Council President,
Councilman Jackson.
very quickly, Some of my concerns, and I'm trying my best to be unbiased as possible, I think that the number of families impacted, when you talk about the number of families in our community that are finding struggles, this number is very small, but it's of the mayor's prerogative to impact whomever he chooses. But some of the things that's concerning me is some of the requirements set forward here. And I mean, I didn't have an opportunity to read it in its entirety, but just skimming through it. It talks about on page 8, section B, parties' obligations. Mayors and guaranteed income, provide one-on-one technical assistance, so on and so forth with the mayor, of office of the mayor, including demonstration, design, fundraising, and communications support. Fundraising is one of the things that I'm a little concerned about. If you go down to B, office of the mayor, develop a work plan for demonstration, design, implementation, the work plan, and share with MGI and CFNJ for feedback. The parties agree that the term. The next page, you can see where it talks about the implementation of this plan. The demonstration must be launched by March 1st, 2021. Today is March 2nd. We have not had a full plan and/or demonstration of this plan. So unless this agreement is going to be recasted, we are already in deficit because we have, fallen behind. I don't know how long this has been in the mayor's hands, but, it's March 2nd, and was the demonstration launched yesterday?
No, if I can answer this, Councilman Jackson.
Okay, one second, I'm not finished. Then further, the guaranteed income demonstration must protect benefits to be supplemental rather than replace the existing social safety net. So the existing social safety net, would like to know, what does that spell? And there's a few other things here, but, and while you're answering, Madam BA, obviously my confidence has been, diluted greatly with the obligation on this administration to implement, first subscribe. There is no plan that's been subscribed, and then the implementation of a said plan. And it shows clearly here by the objective to get this through without even recalibrating the requirements. If the requirements are a demonstration must be launched by March 1st, here we are March 2nd, which means this thing doesn't get approved until technically or tentatively around the 8th, or I don't know what next Tuesday's date is, the 9th. We're already behind the 8 ball. So what, I'm finishing. What guarantees now, and what obligations does this provide for the city if, these nuances have not been met? And what guarantees does this council have without, just a word from the administration? We should have in writing, what the agreement is. If we're putting ourselves, on the hook for a $500,000 grant that is to be distributed, but it's based on a certain criteria that's set before us right here, and, we have already shown that we're behind on certain requirements that's suggested here. How does it guarantee that the city doesn't become liable in some sort for this money?
Madam BA?
Thank you, Council President. Those two items, as I apologized before, that you don't have the updated version of the MOU. This is still the one from when we first introduced it in finance a few weeks ago. The MGI really wanted a whole bunch of pilots to be launched at the same time for March 1st. That's why we originally were going to try to get this on a late February agenda. But with the recent request by the Center for Guaranteed Income and the Mayors for Guaranteed Income to increase this group to 110, they understood that we might not be able to launch in the same time frame. But we are on track. You will have the adjusted numbers there. I don't even know if we have a must date anymore.
We don't have a must date anymore.
So that whole line will be removed. The second part, though, about social safety net, that's really referring to more general benefits, SNAP benefits, housing vouchers, anything that could have been government benefits. And we're working in collaboration with the city of Newark in addressing the governor's office and really trying to get a lot of cities and programs sort of get a waiver that the state will not be penalizing this as something that is kind of falls with under an income threshold, that it's seen as a gift. That's how the project was launched in Stockton. That's how many cities like St. Paul and other cities around the country are doing it. And we believe there's both legal protection there so that if someone wins the lottery for this, and they won't lose other benefits that they're currently getting.
So lastly, Madam BA, and I appreciate the answer there, but has there been some type of rubric that's been presented or rationale behind the criteria? Because, when I'm thinking about the majority of the residents, I mean, let's just talk about, some of our city employees. We have a great deal of city employees that make right at the bottom of that threshold. She's talking about 30,000, 30, 40,000, 25,000. So the threshold being set at 25,000, meaning no one can be under 25 to $80,000. That's a bit of a concern as well. You have some families that might make 80,000 that may not be as much as a need of some families that are making under 25,000. So, it is their money, and they have the ability to set the terms as they please. But, we do have people in the community that may be in larger need, and then you may have a larger number of families who are making $75,000 to $80,000 who are recipients via the lottery process, when you have more families that are in need. I'm just curious of what exactly is the criteria, and why is that criteria set there? What's the rationale behind it, and how do our residents, who are between that bracket, see a benefit?
So the rationale for the criteria is that anyone who is making below a livable wage should be able to benefit from a guaranteed income pilot. And for Passaic County, these are the livable wages. So anyone who's making below a livable wage should be able to benefit from a guaranteed income. And the income is supposed to be an income floor. It is not supposed to be an income replacement. So $400 a month is just going to be an additional source of income that can help with groceries, utilities, and things like that.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, put this on regular.
Yes, sir, I do have it.
Thank you.
Can we do number 24?
Great, thank
We
you.
have Public Works.
We're on 24, Council President?
I'm sorry, 24. Oh, that's police.
Consent? That's
24?
consent, it's just advance.
Yes. Can we put
24
that-
consent?
Consent.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's continue. Let's do number 7 through...
Good night, Mr. DeCando.
The director is here, we don't have any question for him?
Not for number 24, it's on
I
consent.
mean, from animal control, he's sitting over there.
No, that's why I called, that's why I called number 24, in case anyone had any questions.
Mr.
night,
DeCando, leave
Council
before
President,
they
for the
start
record,
asking you about
Coun-
every animal in the city, so.
Council President, for the record, I know that Director said that anybody that needs some dog food, there's some free dog food, and he wanted me to announce that, right? What's the number they call so they can go by and pick it up? 973-881-3640. 3640.
I'm thinking another supply of tomorrow from St. Hubert's. I should have about 60 bags by tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, so there's that 60 bags, 60 pounds, but free dog food? Okay. And cat food.
Good night, banana pudding.
Good night.
Good night, banana pudding.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the number, Councilwoman? I'm sorry, it's important.
It's 973-881-3640. 3640.
4-0.
Okay, so council members, let's
Yes, and
entertain number
animal
7 right now.
control.
Yes.
Council President, I have some questions for
Which?
number 7.
Number 7, first reading ordinance.
Okay.
I have some questions for number 7.
Number
It's
7.
solutions.
Let the clerk read it into the record.
You want me to read item
Yes,
number
yes,
7?
just for the
Okay,
public.
just for first reading is ordinance amending chapter 363 of the Paterson Code entitled Parks and Recreation. That's from Department of Public Works.
Thank you. Anyone, council members?
Council President,
I want to go next,
Discussion.
after
Okay.
Councilman Abdulaziz.
So Councilman Abdelaziz,
Councilman, I'm right here.
okay, but
You were looking this way when you went like that.
I understand, but before I looked this way, I looked this way, and there was 2 of them with their right hands up.
all right,
So I'm letting
Council
Councilman Abdelaziz, because he's the chair of this committee.
no, I'm not the chair of this committee.
No,
He's not the
DPW,
chair.
Council
I
President.
apologize. You've been the driving force behind this. So, Councilman Abdelaziz.
Oh, wait a minute, so he's the driving force increasing?
Council members, we're in a public meeting,
No,
which
no, I
people are
want-
watching. Hear me out.
Councilwoman, you could
He's
go
been-
first. I just have
Councilwoman.
questions. I did
Go
the
ahead.
work.
This is amazing. He's
I
been texting
know.
me all night about number 7. That's why I called him.
Council President, I don't want to go first. I said that I wanted to go after
So-
him. Go
Council
ahead.
members. Councilman Abdelaziz,
Thank you,
Councilwoman Davila, Councilman Mendez, Councilwoman Mims.
And Councilman
Council
Thompson.
President, I assure you, everything does not need a fight. I'm not here to fight about this item. I'm looking at to protect what's in front of us. So we do have some fees, Director, and it looks like we're amending it to include city fields, correct?
Yes,
So we've always had these fees for items but not fields, correct?
correct.
So we're amending the item, the fees are not new, the fees are there for facilities, but fields were not there, correct?
Yes.
All right, so what we have in front of us is an item that the administration is the driving force that's bringing this in front of us, and I wanted to highlight some things that I compared and contrast, because I received this on Friday and did my due diligence over the weekend, to look at some other schools, some other municipalities, what they do. So if you go on page 2, it says all applications for a permit must be accompanied by a requisite fee that must be, they didn't finish that, fees are required per event, and fees shall be waived for the city division of recreation, which I totally agree. The recreation department should not be paying the fees. Anyone that wants to do something could go through the division of recreation, get it sponsored by that, and those fees are waived. Am I correct? That was the intention?
Yes.
Okay. The problem I have is with the per event. And we gotta look at ways that the fields are not monopolized by certain people, whoever it is, because there's residents, non-residents, nonprofits, house of worship. Other areas have event and place a time frame on the event. So when I come in there, so I can't say I'm having an event from 7 a.m. to 9 o'clock and that blocks out everyone else, because right now in this ordinance as it is, an event doesn't have a time frame. Other municipalities have it, an event is a 4-hour window, which in my line of athletics, 4 hours is enough time to get a game in, is enough time to get a football game in, a soccer game in, a softball game, baseball game. That needs to be in there. I hope my colleagues could understand why, because if somebody gets a permit and they put 7 to 9, they're paying, say, a non-resident, right? Let's go through a non-resident where a turf field that gets there first before you go, they put in for an event from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m., they're paying $250. When in reality, it should be 4-hour windows. So I hope we could amend that, Corporation Council, with the colleagues, if you have any feedback, if you want to keep it as that way. So if you guys are, that's what I just want to bring up with that.
Yeah.
So,
Councilwoman Davila, are you
Oh,
done,
hold on, are
Councilman
you done?
Abdelaziz? Councilwoman Davila and then Councilman Mendez?
okay, so, Councilman Abdulaziz, were you done with that statement?
Yeah, and also I just have one more question. When somebody rents out a field, so the thing with turf fields, and that's what everyone's gonna go for, right? Are we giving them rules and regulations, what they can and can't do on the turf field?
As, you mean, what
So-
kind of play they could do, or there's signs posted on all the turf fields, no metal cleats, no gum, no
Yeah.
seed, stuff like that.
And that's good, it should be out there. But also, if I'm looking at an application right here, they give you a packet. And I think, I'm gonna forward you this is something that we should be giving out to everyone. These fields cost a lot of money. This council, has pushed an initiative to redo these fields, millions of dollars. With outside places, we need to make sure that they get a packet explaining to them what we can or cannot do, because if they break something or we see something, we should go after it, because we want to maintain the fields. Do we have a hold harmless agreement? Do we have an insurance? Like, when somebody's going, do they get a whole packet with all this stuff?
Yeah, they get a whole packet. They have to provide insurance. They pay a $500 refundable deposit. If anything happens to the field, we stay with that money.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Abdelaziz. Councilwoman Davila?
Thank you, Council President. All right, so, Councilman Abdelaziz, so you're saying that in, page 2, line B, are you saying that where it says are required per event, you're saying event you wanted to say 4-hour intervals? Like, where is the verbiage going to go?
You could put an asterisk saying each event is 4 hours and not to exceed 4 hours. That's what most people have, so we should put somewhere.
But if somebody wants an 8-hour and they do 2 shifts and they pay $500, I'm just.
So they pay for 2 permits, $500.
Okay,
You gotta remember, just Councilwoman, because if you ever look at renting fields anywhere else, I'm doing the comparable fields in other areas. 4 hours is a lot of field time. I mean, Councilman Jackson coached, right?
All right.
Practice, 4 hours should be sufficient for people to get in numerous games. You could get two Little League baseball games, but the Division of Recreation, if it's sponsored through the Division of Recreation, you don't need to do that.
Okay, so I wanted that clarification, but the other clarification I want, so currently, right now, as we are right now, these are the current fees, or these are the proposed fees?
Proposed.
These are proposed, so I'm not gonna say here or there in terms of, I'm not an athletic person, so, I'm never gonna say, I stay in my lane. The issue that I have is that as I read this, and it went through committee because we had a discussion, one of the discussions I had is I saw that it says that it also wanted to charge residents of the city of Paterson. So if they wanted to use the park, right, they're gonna have a gathering, just family, they have to pay for a permit.
Yes.
That's never been, so what other tax dollars, pay for? If everything that we do, we assess a fee.
Well, it's just to keep the fields up and running. The fields cost, like you said, millions of dollars to do. They're brand new state-of-the-art fields where other towns charge their residents. We're trying to keep in.
Okay, so when you say other towns charge residents,
Yes.
I want to know what towns charge, because I understand
You have,
outsiders. I do.
You have an email with some of the towns, surrounding towns with their fees.
Okay. All right, I'm just going to continue listening to the conversation. I know that it came to committee, and I think it was a consensus of the committee for it to come to the entire council so we can have a full discussion. So, yeah, no, I'm good,
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Council President, and we have a discussion on committee, and it was my strong recommendation to bring this into the entire council to have a discussion, because in my opinion, I don't believe that we have to charge our Patersonians to use the field. I don't agree on that, and I'm against. I think that for outside resident that wants to use it, I think non-resident $100 is not. I think we should put the resident fee into the non-resident if they're gonna come and use it, but not Patersonian pay. We already pay enough taxes, enough sewer, and we deserve to be able to use our park openly. Now, I do believe that, and I know that we have to keep our park in good condition. There's a security deposit that people, when they apply for the permit, there have to be a security deposit. Once the function is over, There have to be an inspector to go and look at the park. If the park is in perfect condition, everything is clean, and we're not investing any additional dollar into cleaning the park, that we should give the deposit back and not fee to be charged. So that I want this resolution to be amending and not including any fee for Paterson resident. I do also agree with Councilman Aladelasi about a package that have to be included with the permit, because I know the turf fee, that's your expertise, you're an expert in that, but I know it costs a lot of money, and the maintenance is key, and also the function that that we're gonna allow those people that are renting those park and those fields. Those functions we have to be very specific on the type of activity that we want. But going back to the fee, I want that to be changing and not adding any additional fee to Paterson resident. Just a deposit to make sure that we keep the park in a good condition. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Kalik.
Oh, thank you. So this is a proposed fee. What's disturbing is that 2 years ago, if you recall, Director, Paterson Cricket League, they were playing at Buckley Field, and the turf was done. So I asked when they applied for the permit, and you stated that there gotta be a $250 fee for part 4 hours or part 3 hours. You recall that?
I recall.
We have to put the deposit in. The Cricket League have to put the deposit in.
I recall it was they had to do the $500 deposit.
Plus $250 part
And
day.
we didn't charge them, we stopped charging.
I know
Yeah,
you did not
yeah.
charge it. I know you did not charge it. Then I sent an email to the BA. I'm still waiting for the response. It wasn't the BA, it was Mr. McCoy. So if we did not pass the resolution or anything, where did the director come up with the idea of charging, or during that time, did we charge anybody in the city of Paterson the $250?
When we came into office and we found out that was happening, we stopped that immediately through recreation. All they had to pay was the $500 security fee.
Were people paying previously?
I'm sure there probably was, yeah.
I think they were wrongfully charged then.
Yeah, that's what he said.
And
You're talking years prior, right?
Then, but
Yeah.
he was, I think, wrongfully charged, and if we did not have any
You're talking
resolution on
about
the
years prior, correct? Because Councilwoman Davalos thinks it's currently.
No, he was clear. He said 2 years ago, so he's very clear. So people watching at home, they know what he said.
Right. Thank you, Council President. And I think the resident, City of Paterson resident, enough is enough. We're being charged from everything possible. I don't think our kids should go to the park and have a tournament or have a league, and they have to pay. And $250 a part there, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Also, maintaining the field, we have a budget for it. We have a budget for recreation. We have a budget for DPW already, which is taxpayer paying. So I don't think we should have any fees for the resident of Paterson to run a league or go play in a turf field or a gold field. It doesn't matter. They're paying the taxes already. So I don't think we should charge anything. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Council President?
Councilman Jackson, yeah.
So the director and I, we've often had discussions because, I've also, I hear residents, in fact, when we did Buckley, it concerns me that any parks that we have is under lock and key. And, I'm gonna go ahead and acknowledge it. I've jumped the fence with my son and several other kids to go work out, because either I'm gonna do that or I'm gonna have to take them to Passaic where their parks are open, or Gothenburg Park or something like that. No park in this community should ever be locked. Now, we have an issue with security, because I do understand the director's concern is because, there are some residents that just don't know how to conduct themselves, and there's been fires and things of that nature. But I just don't think that reflects the general public at whole. And furthermore, what it does is it removes another potential distraction that some of the kids can have as opposed to getting themselves into something less desirable. Street corners never close. And vagrancy is never not available. But we should have, this administration should be providing more programming, and we get it, there's not enough money for that, but the taxpayers are paying for these facilities up front. If it's not for the taxpayers, I mean, granted, we bond for certain things, they still gotta pay, the taxpayers are paying that money back. And all of these facilities should be 100% of the time available. If it was me, it'd be 24 hours. Because I often see kids that, I remember, specifically, I could talk about James Hargrove, watching him at the courts across the street from CCP Projects at 2 o'clock in the morning, shoot a basketball, which ultimately got him a scholarship, which ultimately brought him back to the community to coach and be an impact on kids' lives here. While we're busy closing facilities, and now you have these, it's not unrelated, some may think it is, but these ridiculous deals that have gone on with the housing authorities and have given away these facilities where they're being controlled by other entities. Our facilities need to be open. I'm not a fan of this at all. And when if I did the math on these nominal fees, $50, like, what is that gonna do for the city? $25? $100? What is that gonna do for us? We're talking about a $250 million, $300 million budget, and we can't put it in the right place where the residents are gonna see a benefit from. Facilities should be made available all the time. When I'm seeing kids go under the fence to get into an area to play, and we're wondering why there's violence going on all over the street corners, or why they're being drawn into things that that's less desirable. So, I mean, I definitely understand your position, Director, and I want to be in full support of what you're doing, because I know and particularly what Commons Field, and you guys do a phenomenal job with the girls over there and making sure that those facilities stay adequately prepared so you can have games there where the field's not being abused. But that's the whole reason why we're bringing these facilities through that are not as subjectable to the everyday wear and tears, the old grass fields and things of that nature. So I think there needs to be a happy balance. We need to figure out a way. Residents should not have to double dip and pay for it up front and pay for it in the back end at all. I don't believe in that. And I don't think outside entities should be utilizing our fields unless they're just not available, or unless no one wants to utilize them. But that's just my take on it. All right.
Council President.
We have Councilwoman Delacies, but
She could go. She could go.
Councilwoman Mims, Councilwoman Delacies, and then I go.
So just a quick question. I think Recreation does a great job when you go in to utilize the fields for these opportunities. But with this amendment to this item, just a question. Will our scheduling system be able to handle all of, if we get an influx of people coming to make the request with rain dates, and is it equipped to handle whatever that overflow will look like, especially if we remove fees for residents and all that? Like,
Go ahead. We do it now. We have rain dates. We don't schedule games on rain dates where other people have a rain date already. That stuff is being done now.
And then also, could you explain the process when it comes to the parks? The parks, there are hours to the parks. So by, what is it, 10 o'clock? The parks should be not utilized, and then they open back up at a certain time.
Unless there's an organized game that's scheduled to be played there, then it shuts down at 11.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
Director.
Council President?
Councilwoman Delacies.
Thank you. So to my colleagues, you're absolutely right? When you say residents shouldn't pay, in a perfect world, that makes sense. I'm just gonna urge everyone, that sounds good, and I've seen this happen when I worked in Passaic. So what are you gonna do when your residents or when it's for free, and I'm just telling you hypothetically, right? Someone goes to recreation, and it's because it's for free, they book every single field. They book every single field. I've seen almost fistfights occur in the city of Passaic when this happens, right? Councilman Jackson says it right. I do agree with that. And in Passaic, that's how it was. When we opened up that new field at Paulson Ave, we didn't lock the gates, right? But when a permit holder came, so I would come at 4 o'clock for our scheduled game, the kids will get off. Guess what happens right when we're done? The community, I've never seen anything like it, are waiting outside the field, and once the teams leave on their buses, the kids came on the field, and they didn't hang on Monroe Street. So that should be open. That should be for free. If there's no one that has a permit, kids should be out there playing, absolutely. But if you don't want to put any fees on it, what's going to happen is the first person to put their application, the first person, so I could go tomorrow, no fee, and say, I want Buckley from 8 to 8 on this. I want Pennington from 8 to 8. I want that from 8 to 8. I have practices going on. I run soccer camps. I run football camps. I know, and like I said, I've seen it happen in other cities. When there's no fee, that could possibly happen. You reject those permits, the resident is going to say, why are you rejecting me? So this is what most groups have. What I would say, I do agree with saying the residents, I definitely feel the residents should be paying the least. The nonprofits and the house of worship should not be paying less than the residents because they're not paying taxes as is, and maybe they can put a little bit more in there. So, but if you don't put a fee, that's going to happen. I've seen it happen in the city of Passaic when one organization, because they got there first and they couldn't discriminate from declining that permit, they got every single thing, and then the other group was the one upset about it.
So council members, I'm in agreement with my council colleagues, but the solution is not to put a fee. We haven't had a fee before, and I'm sure that hasn't been an issue, right? If there's an issue, then we're the legislative body, we need to address it. What is interesting is for many years, our residents have not had the benefit on playing on fields, nicely kept fields. You guys could recall when I started here, I was arguing about a field that had 24 lights and only 12 of them was working. Putnam Oval is an old field. That's why we're fixing it now. So you have our residents now for over 20, 30 years playing in these fields that are poorly kept. And then we're fixing them with taxpayers' money. They're already paying for it. And like Councilman Jackson stated, what is $50 going to do or what $125 going to do? A day has 24 hours. You only could probably book the field for a few hours, a few teams a day. We're not even talking about $500 a day, if you think about it. So the way to go is not to put a fee. And I don't want to prolong it, but I'm just a little upset because we've been complaining forever about the situation with our parks and fields, and now we're fixing them. Now we want to charge our residents. This doesn't make sense. I don't even know how we got this far. I understand this is workshop.
Council President, I would like to table this and send this back to the committee.
So
There's a lot of work. Let's
just table it so we don't take more time.
Let's send it back to committee and let's continue the meeting.
I don't like the idea at all.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's just table this one.
The human service?
So let's do human services. Let's put those, if you guys don't have an issue.
Consent.
There's, Council President.
Consent, Council President. You said Health and Human Services?
Health and Human Services, we'll put it on consent.
Thank you.
We got all the items for DPW, Council President. You want to take care of all the DPW items?
Hold on a minute. Councilman, I'll go there now. Let me just take care of number 22 and 23. Do you want to read them into the record for the public, Madam Clerk?
Sure, Mr. President, I can. Item number 22 from Health and Human Services, resolution authorizing the solicitation of bids for lead abatement contractor for the Health Division of the Department of Health and Human Services, bid number 21.23. And item number 23 from the Health Department, Resolution authorizing award of contract to Laboratory Corporation of America Holdings for laboratory testing for the City of Paterson Health Division of Department of Health and Human Services, RFP number 2021-22.
Consent.
So
both
the
are
chair just
consent.
moved it to consent. Before I move him, Harry, you being the purchasing agent, number 23, did it follow the procurement process to bring this before us? Given that we had so many issues in the past with this testing companies.
It's no anything to do what we're doing right now with the COVID, even though several tests are performed under the contract.
Okay.
And then I had a list.
I have, Council President, this is nothing to do with COVID. This
No.
is the general, I know, this is general, we've been using this company to test every other test,
Yes.
blood test, whatever is going on.
Understood. I just want to get some clarification.
Yes.
He's here. I might as just well ask the
Yeah,
question.
so,
Extensive line of tests being performed by the company through the health department.
yeah.
So everything's good.
Yes.
All right. So, Madam Clerk, put those two on consent, 22 and 23.
I have those, sir. I do. Thank you.
Let's go back to the DPW resolutions. We'll go back to the ordinances in a little bit.
25?
25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
No.
So,
I
Madam
think-
Clerk, any questions with number 25, 26? Council members? No?
So 25 through,
What number you on, Council President?
Public Works, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29.
It
25.
will go on consent,
they
Council
can all be
President.
consent?
Put them on consent.
25, 26, 27, 28.
No, wait a minute, wait a minute for 25.
Let's put number 21, Madam
Wait a
Clerk.
second for 25.
21 has to be regular, I think, because Councilwoman Davila has a conflict, correct? 21?
Did you
Yeah,
hear me?
Passaic
21.
County.
Passaic County Community College.
Madam Clerk, just hold on a minute, because I have council members, just speaking. I don't know if it's the glass. Councilwoman Cotton, what are you saying?
Yeah, you know what, since Councilman Mendez is chair of Department of Public Works, so you were going down from 25 through 29 on consent. So I'm just wanting to question number 25, more funding for Montana for the sewer repair.
If you want to, what is the question?
What is your question?
My understanding is that, and I'm looking in here, and the total bill is $665,000. I mean, how many times I've been talking about sewer repair? How many times I said I got 2 streets in my ward, which is $1 million. So now we got to pay him. He wants $450,000 more on top of the 665.
This is to move the contract forward. Harry can speak to it.
Yes, sir.
Council President, what happened in this contract, this one, 25 and 29, we did go out to bid, but as you can see, both call for emergency sewer repairs.
Right.
So we run out of money,
You ran out of money.
yes,
Okay.
because of the emergencies. Emergency, we don't know how many will come.
All right, I understand that.
So this is putting the record straight, meaning that we put in this amount of money to cover the bills that they will come till the end of this month, March.
Right.
And that will cover the first year of these 2 contracts. Now, when we went out to bid, this contract was signed for 2 years. This
Right.
will end the first year, and then we had ability to renew the contract under the same terms and conditions. At this point, the only thing we can do is what you're seeing in front of you. We don't know if we will have funding to renew those 2 contracts. Either, go ahead.
No. Okay, you know what then, Harry, just give me the list of the contracts that they were supposed to be doing, I mean, the streets that they were supposed to be fixing, and why you didn't have enough money?
Hold on. We all have individual orders, emergency orders, with street names.
Okay, I
Where
don't
the
have,
emergency took
I don't have
place.
it in here.
Yeah, it was sent today,
Oh, where's it at?
It's in your computer also, number 20?
No, I'm on 25.
I'm sorry, number 25. I just happened to be looking at number 20. Number 25 is in your computer.
Council President, there
Okay,
actually
so-
was a late email that I didn't get to see until late in the day from Fred, that Fred forwarded on, so it has a listing, but it's in your email. I sent it along during this meeting.
You sent it, Council, Madam Clerk, can you print it out for me? Because I want to read it and see what streets are in there. I hope some of them are in my ward. No, I just want them to print it out.
So in the meantime, could we put it on regular then?
Yes.
And you get to review it, and if you're not satisfied with what you see, we can always pull it at the regular meeting.
Okay.
21 on regular, Councilwoman Davila has a conflict.
Okay.
Okay.
Is 26 consent?
We're gonna continue, we haven't gotten there yet. Let me continue with the agenda. So number
Council Perez, you said 25 was regular?
Yes.
Okay, and 29? And 29?
No, just 25 on regular, then put 26 to 29 on consent.
Consent.
Well, 25 and 29 go together, Council President. Correct, Director?
Yes.
Yes, so if you do 25, 29 should be regular too, Council President.
No.
Mm-hmm.
no,
They're two different contracts.
No,
Why
they
would
don't
it?
go together. They two separate companies.
Two separate companies. So,
But I'm saying it's still sewer
It's-
contracts, but
One
they're
is
not
for,
together.
one is for sewer main lines, one is for laterals.
Right.
So they're two
So-
separate agreements.
Put it
Council
on regular.
President,
Yeah.
all right, we're gonna put, listen, we're gonna put 25 and 29 on regular. We're gonna put 26 to 28 on consent.
Correct.
All right?
Council President, question for the director.
Sure, Councilman Jackson.
So, Director, do we have an outline of all the sewers that are repaired by emergencies?
Yes.
So that we're ensuring that some of these sewer repairs aren't being repeated?
Yeah, we have that.
Is it possible you could send that over?
I'll have Fred send it through the BA's office.
Yeah, I just want to see a list.
Council President.
Okay.
And then that way we can, when we move forward, we can also do an evaluation of the sewer, talk about what other areas need to be addressed. And,
Okay.
you know, last question, when these sewers are being repaired for an emergency, is there an evaluation that's done which outlines the reason behind the emergency? Is it
Most of the collapse are due to old pipes. You have a old sewer system here, that's most of the breaks.
But I know that that's been a consistent reasoning or rationale behind it, but, you know, just so we'll know what exactly is the issue.
I'll have Fred send all that over with the
I just
explanation and all
wonder
that.
what process the engineering department is utilizing. I know it's probably a bigger task, but just so we'll know that
You'll
there's
have
an
that.
assessment being made, because I do know that we've been short on inspectors, so the work that's getting done, I mean, JI Half-Tech, I see the work that they do, really respect and appreciate, but when we get other contractors that's outside of the scope of, or some contractors that we're not familiar with, I'm very concerned about, you know, what the details behind and what's the inspection process. So I also want to get back to, I think it's number 8, when we do get to that. That's one of your items as well, right? Sidewalk?
Yes.
All right, well, we'll talk about that when we get there. Thank you.
Council President,
Councilwoman Cotton.
I just want to ask you, Billy, is the list that you're going to send Councilman Jackson, is that the same list that I received from you?
Today?
No, I received it about a month ago. All the sewer repairs starting for the last 5 years.
It'd probably be part of it, yes, it's gonna be part of it.
What has
But he
been-
wants what's been done.
I
and
have all
what's-
that.
so-
Well, in my email, I have what has been done
Mhm.
and the whole list of what needs to be done.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna send.
I have that.
Director,
list.
can you
All right,
include me on that
can we
email as well?
Yes, I'm
Councilman
gonna
Kalik.
Forward it to the
Council
BA
President.
so she could forward it to the whole council.
What has happened is that last year, I seen some of the street in the second ward, we had some sewer repair done, but it hadn't been paved yet. So I don't know if PSENG did it or our sewer department did it. For example, Sherwood Avenue. Do you know what's going on with the paving that?
I'll get back to you on that right
All
now.
right, just send me the list, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right, so council members, we're gonna entertain, since the DPW director's here, let's do number 8. We're also gonna do second reading ordinances, which is 5 and 6. So let's do number 8 right now. Let's have a discussion if you want to. So if there's no discussion on number 8, we're just gonna move it along.
No discussion.
Okay, Councilman Jackson.
So, Director, do you have an inspector through the engineering department for sidewalks right at the moment?
No, as we posted for it, we didn't get any qualified individuals that sent any resumes or applications in. I just sent email Friday to the BA's office to Jennifer to repost for it so we could have some more applicants apply for the job.
So, just for a point of clarity, because I'm not sure if some of the council members understand, I mean, there is a requirement, a basic requirement for sidewalks, and relative to the thickness, the weight, the capacity of the concrete. So not having an inspector, and we haven't had an inspector for years, not having an inspector is a detriment. In fact, in other towns, in Wayne specifically, before you repave your sidewalk, their inspector has to be there when your cement is wet, and he has to put a stamp in it just to make sure that it's been done properly.
What we do have now, Councilman, is we have the assistant engineer and the principal engineer aide. They are out there doing inspections, acting as the road inspector right now. So inspections are being done.
So what's the process if someone redoes their sidewalk without a permit?
They're fined. If we catch them in the act, they're fined.
I'm sorry?
They're fined. If we catch them in the act, they'll be fined.
They'll be fined?
Yes.
Are they being required to rip it out?
Fred, I have to answer that question. I would say yes.
All right, if you can have them just reply via email, it'll be fine.
So, on another note, maybe Harry or maybe Director, and I would just want to bring this up to the council colleagues. There was one time that, we could all agree that if you drive throughout the city, the sidewalks are in really bad condition, and I know that's the responsibility of the owners. But after doing a lot of research and talking to bond counsel and everyone else, I was looking at different ways to maybe if we could do them and maybe do a special assessment on the properties that were benefited from the sidewalk improvement, but it cannot be done. But then what I was told is that there are some towns that actually, when they do the repaving of the roads, they include the sidewalks. So it's just something to think about, something to look into, because we got to do things a little different here. Ever since I've been living here, the sidewalks are getting worse and worse throughout the whole city. Doesn't matter, regardless of the neighborhood. So something's got to be done. It's just something to look into. If you don't mind, Director, see how some of those towns are doing it, and see if it's feasible for us to do it also.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you, Council. We're good?
Well, we still have 5 and 6. So number 8, we're going to move it along, Madam Clerk. Then 5 and 6. Any discussions on 5 and 6?
I just have a comment for number 6.
Number 6?
So
Sure.
no discussion, but I just want to say to the residents over on East 33rd and 18th Ave, I know this is a long time coming. They've been waiting for this for some years now. So it's good to see that this is moving forward. And if this is approved next week on the agenda, 20 days after, it becomes a law. So I'll be standing out there with DPW.
I know you will.
You know I'm coming. on East 33rd and 18th Ave. It's a long time coming, and there's a lot of stuff in the works. So to those residents, I know you're watching tonight, and you'll be watching next week. So thank you to DPW and to our council in advance.
Council President. Sure, thank you. And my councilwoman means you've been fighting for this, and also as a new councilman of the Third Ward, I definitely will be there as well, because I will tell you that there's been a lot of concern specifically on that area. And also on the DPW committee, we've been having conversation about 14th Avenue also, and East 33rd. So the community will see more of those four-way stop in those areas to bring safety into the community. Thank you, Council President.
So, thank you. So, Madam Clerk, we're gonna move those two also, and we're gonna do 32 and 33.
Okay, are we keeping 8 on, right, Council President?
Yes.
Okay. So 32.
8, 5, and 6, we keep, yeah. So we're doing 32 right now.
Okay,
So,
okay.
Council President, thank you very much. Acknowledging that, March is Women's History Month, and this year's theme is Valiant Women of the Vote, Refusing to be Silenced. We have 3 wonderful women here fighting the fight on the legislative side. We want to thank the women also that work on a day in, day out within the administration, Madam Clerk. So I put forth, as I remembered that, the resolution, that March was coming up, I asked Corporation Council to prepare this year's resolution. I'd like to add, Council President, to Corporation Council, the co-sponsors will be Councilwoman Mims and Councilwoman Cotton. And if anyone doesn't have any questions, I'd like to put it on regular just so we can say a few words. Yes, Councilman Mendez?
Sure, Council President, if I may.
No, because I'm speaking and he went like this, so I.
Oh, no,
thought
I'm waiting for, my turn, so I just,
So can we finish?
I go after you.
No, I know, but is it pertaining to?
Okay, do you
Yes.
finish your comment, Councilwoman Davila?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you. Do you ask for the floor?
Sure. Thank you,
Councilwoman
Council
Mendez.
President and Councilwoman Davila. I just want to say that I would like to co-sponsor this resolution just because I reviewed the resume and the live sheet, and she is very deserving.
I'm sorry, Councilman Mendez, can we wait? Because I haven't touched 33, with 32.
Oh, you haven't touched 33?
We're discussing Women's History Month, acknowledging.
Are we finished with 32?
Council President, as I finished, I said if we can put it on regular so the 3 females can say a few words.
Okay, so it's going on regular, Madam
you
Clerk.
go.
So
Yes.
we are finished with 32.
Thank
No,
you.
I'm not yet.
Could we proceed to?
Sorry, Mr.
Yes.
President, I have a question for Councilwoman Davila.
Yes.
Are we making any changes to this resolution?
No, this is not the one that we're making changes to.
Okay, so we're
It's the
good.
next one.
Thank you. Got it.
Okay, so thank you very much, Corporation Council, for putting that
Thank you, Mr.
together. So, council members, item number 33, Council President, can I continue?
Sure.
Okay, so just so everyone knows, in the city of Paterson, we, the council, okay, have never taken action to name a port laureate. And everyone that knows this young lady who lives in the 3rd Ward, who some of us call her Lizzie, all right? Her name, some know her Elizabeth Delgado, but one of the corrections Corporation Council that has to be made at the top is her name. Her name is Elizabeth Van Ginken. I'm sorry, Ginniken. And so, knowing that April is coming up, and it's not just about April, but that's how it came to my mind, and I believe we were having a conversation, right, Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
And seeing how this young lady has been going through a lot, and throughout the times that we've known, at least since I've met her doing poetry. And I've been privileged to have gone to her home, to sit down with her, have conversations, read some of her published work, her educational background, the life that this young lady, since she was born to where she is today, and all of the battles and things that she has confronted, I felt that it was only right to give her, this young lady, in life, as Councilwoman Mims always says, to give the flowers while living. And because of her background, because of her expertise in the area, I wanted to, on behalf of the council, if we could, and Councilman Jackson, I didn't know if you wanted to co-sponsor this since we were having the conversation, but I wanted it to read resolution naming Elizabeth Van Ginniken as the City of Paterson's Poet Laureate. I wanted to take out the piece of the celebration because it was in mind acknowledging that Poetry Month is coming. When I reached out to her to get her information, if you read, and I'm going to ask, okay, Corporation Counsel, maybe I'll make copies of it to share with the clerk so you can see her extensive work and experience that she has and her educational background and how, you know, she writes of when she was born to all the turmoil and everything that went on, step parents, losing parents, to going on to college, to graduating from Columbia, becoming a professor. I remember saying to her, oh my God, no. She actually put out a name of someone that I admire very much, and that is Maria Gillen. Maria Gillen, you know, heads our Poetry Center, our cultural, Passaic County Cultural Department at the college, and let me tell you, she has been to the White House. And so when I said that, she goes, oh my God, somebody like Maria Gillen should be getting this. And I said, no, this is about you, this is about your time. I appreciate all the work. I appreciate your passion for Paterson. I appreciate your passion for the arts. And I feel that we as a council should acknowledge her and do this presentation in April. But I wanted to do it now so we would have it ready for April. So with that said, I don't know if anyone wants anything to say, but Corporation Counsel, I know Councilman Jackson and Councilman Mendez would like to, he is the representative of the 3rd Ward, would like to co-sponsor this resolution. Thank you so much, Council President.
Council President.
Councilman Mendez.
Sure, thank you. And now that we are on 33, I just wanted to say that, you know, I reviewed that, you know, her resume and the life of this great Pattersonian, and Elizabeth, you know, she's a star, and it'll be an honor for me to be a co-sponsor on this piece of legislation. She's definitely putting Paterson on the top, you know, and just congratulations for her, and I look forward to celebrate with her once we pass this resolution. Thank you.
Council President, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Cotton just said something, and I really want to put it on record. She actually made a statement, and I'm going to say it. You know, she's not saying it, but I am. She says, well, does this take away from anyone else who has been named? And I said, this does not take away from anyone that has been named by a prior mayor for Black History Month. We're not taking away. This action is being taken by the council. This is the first action on the council. That action was taken by Mayor Warren at the time. So I don't want anyone to think at all, you know, misinterpreting what this is about. This is about a young lady that we all know and that we've seen her work. And we know her passion, and we believe that she is deserving of this. So Lizzie, if you're watching, okay, I pray for you every day for that continued health. Stay strong, and I hope that you can be here with us in our chambers in April. Thank you very much, Council President.
Thank you,
Thank
Council President.
Yes, Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you, Council President. I just, you know, I know that Mayor Jane, when she was mayor, had named, I call her Queen, Poet Laureate while she was mayor. And I was just, but I understand now what Councilman Davila and Councilman Jackson and Councilman Mendez is doing this for her in honor for Black History Month, for Women's Month, for the month of March. So I just want to say congratulations. I probably do know you, but I'm really not sure, but I'm looking forward to being here when they do this presentation for you. Thank you, Council President.
Councilwoman Cotton, I just for clarity's sake, is not for the month of March. It's entire, yeah, that's what it's for. So it's not for the month of March. Councilwoman Davila, just to reiterate what she stated, this item is sponsoring a resolution which has never been done from the council to name Elizabeth, Lizzie as I call her, to name her the Poet Laureate for the city of Paris based on the council. So that's what this is for. It's not just for the month of March, that's what they're proposing.
All right.
Thank you, Council
So,
President.
Council President, if we could go on regular, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Regular, Madam Clerk. We do number 31?
Mr. President, I just have a question for Corporation Council on 31.
Sure.
Corporation
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Council.
We don't have it here.
We didn't get the item, so can we keep it on? And
That's up to the council. I can't tell the council what to do. However, I was waiting for a resume. As everybody knows, I just returned from quarantine yesterday and had to produce all the resolutions that I produced between yesterday and this morning. So, it's up to the council.
oh, so you're
Just a
still waiting?
question, discussion.
I'm sorry, you're still waiting for the resume for this item?
Yes, I have not received the resume.
Okay, so Council President.
Council President.
Actually, I don't even have that in my computer. Councilwoman Mims.
Just a question. When, if appointed, when is the swearing in, Corporation Council? Do you know?
I do not, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Council President, I think it should be fine. We should get it. She served as one of the legislative aides for Councilman Gilman. Yes. Yes, so her resume should be on file because she had to apply for that. So it should be on file.
Whose appointment is this?
It's the mayor's
It's
appointment.
the mayor's appointment.
I'm okay with it. I think she's a
Yeah,
very
she's
nice
awesome.
young lady, knowledgeable. I think she's great.
I know Madam BA stepped away, but we got to stop this practice. And Madam Clerk, I've asked you a few times, I know some things have urgency, but also in the best interest of you, facilitating doing your job, we got to stick to the cutoff time that we have, that they need to submit things by. I don't want to go there, but I think we're going to have to not put things on the agenda if they don't submit it to you by the cutoff time.
But this was one of the many that we had that was, you approved.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is there's other
future.
items in this
Paperwork
agenda.
is
Remember, this is workshop, right?
Sure.
You and I never talk about adding things to the workshop agenda. Usually they just, put it in.
Yes, sir.
The only thing I ask you is that the items that get to the workshop agenda, if they went through committee or not, I'll ask you if when they have not gone through committee, maybe, we should talk about it before we put them on. But everything else just go on the workshop for discussion. But what I'm saying is if they don't provide you a resolution, Madam Clerk, for us to get over the weekend, this one, they did call me on this one, though.
Yes.
This is a person that already served as an aide, and that's why I didn't have a problem. I wasn't aware that they didn't have a resume or anything like that. They should have a resume on file. No, we're keeping it.
I will follow up because I didn't know that was her. So I'll follow up and get a copy, and I'll have corporation take care of it. So we'll keep it on. Are we keeping it on regular?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, let's go to number,
We're missing.
number 20.
Number 20, I think. Oh, that's from finance. Resolution authorizing transfer of transitional year 2020 appropriation reserves.
Yes, I don't see these transfers are common transfers. I don't see transfers. Javier, you want to say anything about these transfers?
That's number 20.
It's just to cover bills for solid waste and for corporation council.
Got it.
From insurance.
So let's put that one on regular.
Okay, because I think we need 6 votes for this one.
Yes, this goes on regular.
Yeah, we need 6 votes.
We have we still got to do 12 through 19. Let me see.
Yeah, we have a couple here, 12.
So number 15 through 19, just put them on, all of them on regular.
15 through 19.
Sure.
So 15.
Council President, 17 and 18 could be on consent to save time.
So Councilman Kalik is suggesting that 17 and 18, we put it on consent to save
Okay.
time.
All right, 17 and 18.
And, Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Since we're presenting them with the citations, we could do 15 on consent as well. We're actually doing the presenting of the citations to the employees. So we could do it
Okay.
on consent. Yes.
Hold on a minute, Councilwoman. So we want 15 on consent, 17, 18. Councilwoman Cotton, do you want number 16 on regular, right? Okay. So, Understood, but we were in the middle of discussing this. You still get your chance. Councilwoman, I understand, you still could have your question. We're still, I'm in the middle of asking them questions. For example, Shaheen just told me that 17 and 18. We have to start getting the quorum in this council chamber, because today, we're like kindergarten, like, I went first, come on, I'm here, we don't have a system in place that would tell me who raised their hand first. So we gotta be patient, and we gotta have some decorum here. We're not having it today. So, go ahead, Councilwoman Davila.
Council President, we've only not been here a few months, so it's always been that when there's an item being discussed, that everyone speaks on that. You don't go to another one and then come back. So with that said, this is not to argue or to act like a child. It's when you were speaking on 15, I asked for the floor. The only thing I wanted to state on that is I thought in our previous conversation, when we discussed this resolution out of the city employees is not sponsored by one individual. It's supposed to be the council. Although council only did the first, it's not, this doesn't, it's supposed to be the entire city council. That's what I was gonna say. So councilman Mims put forth, remember, right?
Right.
In terms of the resolution, it's being done by the city council.
Understood.
So, Council President, I would like it if it could be sponsored by myself and co-sponsored by the council.
Madam Clerk, do you recall what we discussed? Because I really don't recall. I just thought to simplify it. So Councilwoman, it's coming back now. Councilwoman Mims.
Yes.
We noted in a previous meeting that we all know that you were the one who.
Well, I didn't put my name here, so I can't speak
No,
to
I understand, but I'm talking about in general. We knew
Right.
that it was your initiative, it was your piece of legislation, but we all agreed that it was just going to be sponsored by the whole council.
I didn't place it that way. I
No,
don't.
I understand, but I'm just making it clear because.
Oh, that's fine, then put it on regular, Council
Yes,
President.
so it's going to go on regular, and
And then I'll
thank you,
have a
thank you
name.
for reminding us, Councilwoman Davila. It's going to be sponsored by everyone.
And I have a
And I'll
question,
make the
Mr.
motion.
President, and we will have a
I'll make the motion.
presentation. I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
Madam Clerk?
We having a presentation, you're approving a
Yes.
presentation at the meeting so they can be given their certifications?
Yes. Yeah,
Yeah.
he approved it already.
Yes.
Okay, so I leave the presentation on there.
We're gonna make it, we're gonna present them,
On the 9th, and then the 23rd, because we missed the other one.
but we gotta keep it brief.
Oh,
We're not gonna have them,
yeah,
long
we're
speeches.
just announcing the names, no speeches.
No, yes.
Yeah. Be specific, be
so-
bold, and be gone.
So, Madam Clerk, what do you have so far? We said 17 and 18 on consent.
Number 14 for the clerk's office consent.
Number 14 could go on consent.
So we're moving up to 12 and 13, 12 and 13, we didn't cover
Yes.
those.
14, 13.
So
I mean,
12,
regular
where's-
13.
So, Harry, you wanna tell us a little bit about number 12?
That's Harry for public auction. Let's cover everything. I think that's about it.
Council President, council members, that's by law. We need to set a schedule through the state to auction the cars. And we're doing all the way to June, I believe the last day is July 20.
Okay, we don't have a list of the cars?
No, the list comes from the Classic Towing, and it's published the amount of cars, the VIN number, model number, and year, they publish in the newspaper by law 10 days prior to the auction.
Thank you, Harry, appreciate it.
Council President?
Councilman Mendes.
Sure, and Harry, the question that I have is, how long is the time window that a person, that the car get into this list? Let's say somebody classic take X John Doe car, for how long the car, after how long the car stay in classic, it will get into this list for sale on the auction?
Okay, the answer is 30 days, but the owner received 2 certified mails telling that your car was towed, this is the location that you can retrieve it, these are the fees associated with that, and then if nobody reclaimed the car, it get put into auction. But the auction is done to give also a second or third opportunity to the owner that day to be able to retrieve the car.
Just, and this is, make sure that they, reach out and to those owners of those cars, because, I know my problem with Class is very straightforward and very specific. The amount of money that they're charging to our Patersonian when they towing the car, $250, $300 is outrageous. It's just unacceptable. And I know that we're only getting $25 per towing, if I'm not mistaken. Harry, it's just very concerning to me. And another time, I really want to bring that conversation into the council in another workshop, because definitely what they do into our town, when they tow in the car, it's just people, they can't afford it. I get those calls all the time. There's nothing I can do, but unfortunately, people, they can't afford it. To pay $250 for 2 miles that they tow in your car, 250 to 70, whatever the number might be, but it's way over 200, 225 all the time. It doesn't matter how close. I know there's Bunking Hill right there.
Yes.
They could take your car from Fifth Avenue in 250, 230. That's something that is...
Councilman, we have had...
I do have the answer. Council President, I do have the answer for that. Those are the rates they stipulated under the old contract. And the state of New Jersey, along with the state troopers, through new law, came out with a flat rates. Flat rates, I think.
How much
so
is
the reason we're going to the end of July is because we're already working with the administration to put a new bid out, inclusive of the ordinance the city council members will approve, establish the rates per weight for the cars. I believe right now is the minimum or up to 175. So everybody will pay the same in any town that you go.
During the last storm, there were people that the car was towing, and at the very next day in the morning, they have to pay 250, 200. It was more than 175. And if you keep the car one more day, every day, the amount of money go up. And I know people that they've been losing some of the. I know a person that lost his car because he couldn't get the money to take the car out. So the amount is way more than 175 here in Paterson.
No. Let me be clear. The contract that we have right now, it calls for the numbers that you mentioned. When we open the new bids, has to be based on the flat rate mandated by the state of New Jersey. So the numbers would change definitely.
So listen, this is we have this discussion all the time, and you know this, Harry, all the time. At this time, I think, from my understanding, we don't even know if Classic is going to be around. They're having those conversations. They might not be around in the future.
Yes.
But like you stated, the law was changed recently, and we have always complained about the fees. We also discussed the possibility of bringing in-house. We had all these conversations, but right now, this is not on the agenda. Right now, we're not discussing fees. It was worth bringing it up. But yes, Councilwoman Cotton.
Council President.
And then Councilman Jackson.
My understanding here, abandoned cars at the public auction, these are cars from Classic, or these are city cars and some of our stuff. Well, what exactly are these cars, these vehicles, or abandoned cars? What are they? Are they from Classic Towing?
It's any car that is towed.
No, wait a minute. Are they from Classic Towing?
No.
No, these are not Classic Towing vehicles that we, he just said no.
Any cars that have been towed.
Every car that has been towed to Classic is no city cars.
It's not city cars, okay.
Like a DPW cars or police cars.
But my understanding is that they couldn't do nothing with those cars until they got a bill of sales, which normally takes 6 to 8 months.
Correct, and there's only young titles. They cannot be.
But it takes 8 months. So once they get the title, then the city puts them on the auction block?
Long as they have the titles, we put them on, because that's the only way.
And now with COVID, it's been taking a year to get titles.
8 to 9 months. That's one of the reasons Classic is saying that he can no longer maintain the business. But
Well, right, okay, but pretty soon, the city's gonna have to come up with something because, I mean, it's not only in the Paterson, New Jersey, it's throughout the whole, throughout the whole New Jersey
Yes.
with towing companies and, you know, I had a great idea we should just do our own towing business and hire some tow trucks to pay them per car, how many cars they tow, but, the car, you know, it comes in a lot. I mean, I get tons of calls about driveways, handicaps. It's like, I understand. So you're saying these are from classic towing. Once you got the bill of sale, now you're doing an auction.
Exactly.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Harry.
I'll be extremely brief. First of all, to Councilman Mendez's point, the rates are definitely set by the state. Went through this last time when the rogue owner who owns the facility over by Popeyes, Rent-A-Center, right in the corner of Memorial and Market, has hired a spotter. So he has drug addicts that's there staying in a parked vehicle. And what they do is during the daytime, they watch for people leaving the parking lot and they tow the vehicles. So they had a third-party company towing the vehicles. So I did extensive research on this. It's a state mandate, the fees and so on and so forth. But council members, if you can give me one moment, because it's very important. I think what we have, and although it's unrelated to this, it definitely needs to be addressed. I got multiple calls from residents who got their cars towed during the snow removal process when there wasn't 24-hour signage. They went to sleep the night before, they parked their vehicles, and then an hour or so or a few hours before the streets were gonna be cleaned, their vehicles was towed, and they was being mandated to pay the posted or a state mandated towing fees. You know, in situations like this, that's the municipality. That's the administration that's imposing these fines and fees by towing these vehicles. And it's unfair to the public, especially when the criteria, and Harry, I don't know if you could speak to this, but the criteria is definitely 24-hour posting. Whenever there's gonna be construction or something of that nature that's gonna take place, we require the companies or the residents or whomever's gonna do it to post signs several days or at least 24 hours before. Those signs for those vehicles, for the cars that were towed off of Market Street in front of City Hall, we gotta remember, there's a lot of buildings now downtown that are being occupied upstairs, where in the past, they may not have residential units that were occupied. But there was a lot of residents whose cars were towed through the snowstorm, and they had to pay the $250, which I don't think is very fair for residents to have to endure that cost when it's poor planning on the administration's part.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Harry. Actually, Harry, it says sale number 1, March 3rd. That's why I asked for a list of vehicles. The sale's tomorrow.
Yeah, Joe Barberry from my office will attend. I can go after and get you a list right now.
No, I don't need it. I just wanted to know if you have to advertise it.
No, it was advertised 10 days prior by law.
So it's already advertised?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, and there's the notice is in my folder, where it was advertised, how much, the $24 we pay the newspaper for the advertising. And like I say, in detail, 143 cars or 39 cars.
Thank you.
How many are there for tomorrow?
Thank you, Harry.
You're welcome.
Now, number 13, this is something we discussed today in finance.
Yes,
How does the rest of the committee want to handle this item, number 13?
regular,
Regular?
yes.
I think we need a thorough discussion. If it's not an emergency, we could just table it for next workshop.
You want to have the discussion now, or you want to have the discussion now? So that's what we hear, right? So number 13, we have some questions in finance because we have not. This is the first time that we're hiring
Grant writing service.
a consultant for grant writing services. So I want to hear from the administration, like what have changed from the previous years?
Yes, thank you, Council President. So in previous years, we've been working off a partnership with the Paterson Parking Authority, where we have been utilizing a grant writer company that is under their contract. And it's something that we have had great success in. Even if you look at last year's grants, it was over $11 million in grants that the city got, and some really significant new ones, including the lead abatement grant, which was, a few $1,000,000. Some other, that one in particular was $3.4 million, which was a federal grant. It was our COPS grant cycle. So this is something that, at this point in time, we have been told that there's no confirmation that the Parking Authority is going to continue that partnership and that relationship. We don't know. We're still in conversation with the Parking Authority over this, but at this point in time, we wanted to at least have the opportunity to go out to bid. And then as we continue to see if this is something that will continue, then we won't have to award a bid. If it's something that we want to make sure that there's no lapse in our ability to apply for grants. It's a competitive contract, so everybody will be able to bid, not just the company that we're currently using through the relationship with the Parking Authority.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I have,
Councilman Khalid.
we discussed it, me, right?
Yes, Councilman
Okay,
Khalid. Yeah.
thank you. We had a little discussion in the finance meeting as well. Prior to this administration, we never had a grant writing on staff. This salary will come on taxpayers now. We're we're creating a position, in other words, creating another contract. Last 2 years, I think, Parking Authority hired them, and we are using, they were helping us out from the Parking Authority. What has changed from Parking Authority that they don't want to hire them again? I remember briefly when this administration came in, this item came on the discussion in the City Council, and we did not entertain it. Then they sent it through the Parking Authority that hired this company, I believe. And also, just for a clarification, Madam BA, prior to your administration coming in, who used to handle the grant writing?
So departments are still very much involved, the directors. And so that was done at that level. I think the amount of grants that's one of the reasons why we didn't apply for large-scale grants like federal level grants, which require a lot of work and preparation. That's why now we're able to do that, because our departments work with someone who has the research, the expertise to do it. So at this point in time, it's really just to go out to bid, to see, and as we continue our conversation, I think what changed when you asked what changed with the current relationship is that the finances have changed. The Parking Authority isn't necessarily, in the same financial position that they were pre-pandemic, and we are just exploring this right now to see if it's something that we need to do. So as you know, it's a two-phase process where we go out to bid, and then we would have to come before you to have someone under contract.
Speaking of parking, I understand, but speaking of Parking Authority, there's another conversation.
Can we table this?
What's their annual budget for Parking Authority?
I would have to look that up for you.
Approximately.
I would have to look it up for you. I don't know.
How much did you get from them last year?
We would have to confirm that, yeah.
For grant amounts, last year, we got,
No,
not
how
grants
much
from the-
revenue we got from Parking Authority
From
last
Parking
year?
Authority.
for Parking Authority, it's, for the transition year, it's 204.
$204,000
Yes.
from Parking Authority.
Yes.
How much is the assets in the Parking Authority? How much assets that we have in the Parking Authority?
How much?
City properties. In other words, it is city entity, Parking Authority. What's the assessment of their property values?
Oh, that I would have to look up. I'm not sure about that.
I think we need to have a conversation about those issues.
Council President.
If we collecting $204,000 of revenue from parking authority, where assessment is a year, okay, 400, but the assessment of the property values and the stuff they have, it probably $60-70 million. If we're getting from $60-70 million worth of property values, $400,000, there is something wrong. I think we need to look into it. Also, we have meters out there. I know they're probably collecting, one time I read a report, they were collecting $700-something thousand from only meters.
Council President.
And now they're basically refusing to take a $60,000 salary for their staff, but they're helping us out on this side. Go ahead, Council President. Thank you.
No, just want to let Councilwoman Mims and then Councilman Mendez.
So just quickly, I don't know if maybe we should look into possibly tabling, but what are the recommendations that I have, since we're looking to go out to bid, instead of putting it on the taxpayers, maybe there's a percentage of whatever the grant is, we pay the grant writer based on the percentage of the grant that's received, versus it's coming out of the taxpayers. That's just an recommendation. That's something we can look into. If it looks to be tabled, that's something that can be reconsidered or talked about in Finance Committee. But instead of it saying we're gonna hire them at whatever cost, you can say we're looking to get, maybe we had 11 million, maybe we're looking to get 20 million, and then whatever that number looks like, you put that percentage to it, and they get paid based on the work that they perform. Just a recommendation. Thanks, Council President.
Councilman Mendez.
Sure, thank you, Council President. And I think that for me, it doesn't make much sense to me, because right now more than ever, we have to increase what is the shared services agreement. Our relationship with the parking authority have to be bigger than ever. And for me, I would like to go a little deep into the conversation and reason why now we have to get a position for this when we've been using the parking authority and the type of business that we're doing together with, as an entity, the park and the city. It doesn't make much sense to me, not at all. And also, Councilman Mintz, you're totally correct. A lot of the municipality, they bring those grant writing, and they get a percentage of the money that they're bringing into the municipality. You don't hire a person on a payroll for this. That's not the way, that's not the right way to do it, I will say it. So you bring a person and they get a percentage of the grant, what they produce. But I would like to go back into the shared services agreement with the parking authority. Council President, I think we should table this and go back and have more discussion, but that's my comment. I'm not in support of this anyway.
Just want to clarify something real quick. I know the council colleague said to table, so it's going to be table, but I don't think they get a percentage of whatever they write.
But there's another form of getting compensated.
Council President.
That maybe I correct. Let me correct myself. Let me just correct myself, Council President. There's a different way of being compensated. What I'm saying is that, but let me go back and be very specific about this. Think about the amount of business that we're doing in collaboration with the parking authorities. Now you're gonna tell me that we cannot utilize grant writing and we're gonna have to hire a person in the city from the taxpayer dollar? That doesn't make sense to me.
So we'll have further we'll table it. We have further discussion, and you'll make it right now. Let me just finish my comment. We'll let the administration, sell this even more to us. I don't think tonight's gonna be the night, so let's table it for another meeting, for another workshop. Councilwoman Davila and then Councilman Jackson.
The only statement that I wanted to make is that, different entities do hire grant writers. All right, so I just wanted to make that statement. There are individuals that get paid specifically just to do that, go out there, get us grants. So, no, because there was a statement.
No, but no one is saying anything. They just want more clarification. My colleagues want more. We discussed it in finance.
No, I'm fine with what the council as a whole will choose. I just wanted to just make that statement because, you know, the city, not that I'm saying I'm for it or against it, I'm just saying the city can decide, you know what, we want to hire someone because this individual, you know, or whoever, so they put the RFP out there, whoever it is, will be able to bring in X amount of money. Now, it is obvious to us that we have to determine what those monies are. What do we think is money? You know, if you're talking about, well, you know, this, you know, agency, whoever just bought us $100,000, but we're paying $60,000, then what's the point, right? So I get that. So anyway, I just wanted to make that statement.
We're all in agreement, but, you know, the parking authority did it. Other entities do it. Nobody's saying anything about that. And anytime we have a new contract or a new service that we're contemplating on bringing, my colleagues just have a lot of questions, and the wish of the council is to bring it to the next workshop, and we're gonna bring it to the next workshop. Councilman Jackson.
So, Harry, I'm not sure if you can answer this, or Madam BA. Was there a specific entity that was working under the auspice of the parking authority for the $11 million in grants? What's the name of the entity?
Millennium Strategies.
Millennium Strategies. Is it the same open public bidding process with the parking authority as it would be for the municipality if we went out to hire someone?
Council President?
Yes.
We're using, as you can see under the title, we're using competitive contracting, which is one of the request for proposals. Under the law, we can do it for more.
Harry, can you move the mic a little? I think because of the mask also, it's a little difficult, but you gotta keep it on, but go ahead. Let's try it again. Yes.
Sorry. We can go up to 5 years, 3 years and 2, 1 and 1. If the city council and the administration decide to do so. Process. We send a letter to the Department of Local Government Service to ask permission to use this methodology in order to obtain the request for proposals. We have specifications, and then it will be advertised in the newspaper and Channel 77.
But Harry, not to interrupt, I apologize, but just so we don't prolong this, I understand the process for us. My question was the open public bidding process the same requirements? Was it in place when the parking authority hired this entity that was doing the grant writing for them, for the $11 million?
My answer is I was not part of that process, so I cannot tell you which way they went about to obtain the contract.
Madam BA, was it required for the same process that we're going to be required to go through?
We don't speak for the parking authority, so I don't know the process that they used.
I mean,
so, but I do know that we're doing a competitive contracting bid process.
Councilman Mendez, this is what I'm talking about, right? You have a level of accountability. So we all know that Millennium Strategies was heavily involved. In fact, they were part of the transition team. They were part of this administration. You know, there's been talks and bragging rights, so to speak. In fact, I sat and met with them at League of Municipalities where they talked about being an exclusive grant writer for the city. And we hear these numbers in which they've turned back. And now, based on a reconfiguration of whatever it is that the parking authority, for whatever reason, that I don't think we have, we don't need to discuss at this moment. But my concern is now as we go out through this bidding process, that now they wind up being the grant writer of selection as well. And that would put us in a very vicarious situation, understanding, Mr. Cefalos, that you're going to deal and go through the process of the Open Public Bidding Act process. But that would be an eyebrow-raising scenario. And when we're talking about, because I was under the impression, in fact, from my entire time in being in consult with the administration and specifically with the BA, that they were being paid based on performance. So just another ball drop, because the first thing that was talked about, Councilman Mendez, I don't know if you were here or not, when this administration came on, was performance evaluations. So if we're talking about hiring a company And I will acknowledge, $11 million is, that's fruitful. And if we're gonna evaluate, we should be evaluating by performance and not based on, because there's probably possibly other entities that would outperform this. But, it's very concerning because I know that the parties involved with Millennium Strategies were campaign contributors to the mayor, and it puts the city in a very, strange position when we're going out to bid, when the intentions are to make sure that this entity is the one that lands the job, because that's what the open public bidding process is put in place for. And just want to put that on record because, we don't have the performance evaluations that was promised to us by the entire, administration, the employees, things of that nature has not been there. Another reason why the vote of no confidence should have went through, and I'm kind of disappointed that this council did not have the gumption and wherewithal to address that, and the process of addressing the council president's take on that whole process. But I will leave that for another time for a discussion.
Thank you. So council members, that is tabled for the next workshop. At this time, I want to give, before we take a vote to close the meeting, I want to give an opportunity to our corporation counsel, basically to say a few words.
Council President, if I may, I'm sorry. Number 12 is consent. Cars and Hall for public auction.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
You're welcome.
You have the floor, Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Council President, for the opportunity to address the council this evening. I've sat here for almost 18 months. It will actually be 18 months, I think, on Friday. I came on August 5th. And in that time that I've been here, I've heard the word respect continuously touted, whether we're in this chamber or whether or not we were on Zoom or WebEx. And that word respect is not necessarily given to everyone equally. It is definitely not given to my colleagues not equally. While I totally respect the council's right to, and everybody's right for that matter, to agree or disagree, you can't disagree and come from a place of disrespect. And for me, as an employee of this city, it has been difficult because my humanity and my dignity has been trampled on over and over and over again. And I will no longer tolerate that. For the mere insinuation that I sit in this seat because I am a political hire or because I am unqualified, it is deplorable. Additionally, for those insinuations to be made to the Paterson rag, to J. Rahman and Paterson Times, to me, it is problematic. And I no longer again will sit here and tolerate that. As most of you know, as J. Rahman has already reported, I am leaving the city. I am leaving the city effective March 12th. And in that, between now and then, I will gladly do whatever is necessary to move the city business forward. I do pray because I am a City of Paterson resident lifelong. I was born and raised here. Additionally, I just purchased a home in, Councilman Mendez, thank you for your assistance in removing our trash in the 3rd Ward. I'm going to be here for the long haul, whether I sit in this seat or not. I pray that the juvenile antics stop. Our city needs change, and whoever is the juvenile, I'm not placing blame anywhere, but our city needs to be a city. We have so much promise here, and until we recognize the promise that lives in our city, it is not going to get any better. And again, I am a taxpayer here. I live on 14th Avenue, and I know our city can be and will be better, but it will not be better based on what I've seen sitting behind this desk for the past 18 months. Again, Council President, thank you very much for the opportunity to address the elephant in the room, because clearly there have been articles and such about it. There have been many commentaries about it, but thank you for giving me the time to tell you what's actually happening.
Thank you for your time served, and Farah, I wish you well in your new position. Thank you for everything. Madam Clerk, I don't know if my council colleagues want to say any words.
Council President, if I may.
Yes.
Sure, thank you.
Sorry, I have a stranded
Could we,
child.
could we
I
pass our
just-
comments in the closing remarks,
No,
if
no,
you
no,
don't
I just want
mind?
to say, because I'm going to have to leave, Council
Go ahead.
President. Very quick, good luck. Sad to see you leave. I believe in the agree to disagree and be respectful. And I can only say, our first instance, that's what I'm going to say. Okay, it was fun working with you. And I wish you lots of luck, and wherever else you go, I know that you'll put the same passion that you did here. Okay? Thank you.
Motion to adjourn?
Move to close by Councilman Kalik. Second by Councilwoman Cotton. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the workshop session of March 2nd, 2021. Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm not going to say much tonight. To me, this is a workshop. It would normally not be televised, but we're going to televise all our workshops now. So I'm going to save my comments for next week, which will be our public, our regular meeting. With that being said, to everyone out there in Paterson, it's really nice to be back in the chambers. Continue to watch us, and God bless you all out there.
Councilman
Madam
Cotton?
Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Davila?
My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Councilman Kalik?
Yes.
Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before my vote, and I just want to say that to our Corporation Council, and as your councilman, it was a great pleasure to stop by your house, and I'm a phone call away from you. You're being a very professional person since I met you, so I take my hat off for you. So I wish you the best of luck. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mims?
I will wait, as Councilman Cotton said, we'll wait till next week. But Madam Council knows exactly how I feel about her. She is a blessing, not just to this council, to the city. And I'm glad that she moved into my ward, because I'll come and bother her all the time. But I'll save my comments for next week. No, she's in the third. She moved from your ward. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
She live in our
Thank you, Mr. President.
She live with us now, not with you.
Before I vote, just want to tell my colleagues, I know it's a hard transition from being on Zoom to now being at the chambers. But we just got to be mindful that all the meetings are televised. I noticed that Mr. Ming is not zooming in when some of us are speaking. So, you can see all of us on the screen. So just be mindful that people are watching, and we have to
I noticed that.
maintain the decorum of the meeting, and just be mindful. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The workshop session of
He
March
never
2nd.
put me on TV, Council President, when I'm talking.
The workshop of March 2nd, 2021 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you very much.